Hello everybody, how are we doing today? I found this. The mic like cuts it out very heavily, doesn't it? I can tell already. It's supposed to be getting the voice and it's cutting out background sounds. Yeah, it's like not able to pick it up very well. That's unfortunate. I don't know how to play harmonica, if you couldn't tell. Hi, how's everybody doing today? Welcome in, friends and viewers. I hope you're having a fabulous, what are we on, Wednesday? Wednesday today. Pickle Rick, Jazza, Discount Lesbian, congrats on being the first ones to arrive. Hello, hello. Hi, Ems. Hi, Herm. Hello. I shouldn't button this first button. That's too much, right? Yeah, We need a little bit of casualness here, don't we? Hi, Discount Lesbian. Hi, Violet. I already said lesbian, sorry. Hello, everybody. Look at all you yappers. Violet, that's a 0% himbo. Are you okay? You got a crit, though. You crit your low himbo. Who gave Algo a harmonica? I actually don't know. It was just, like, nearby. I don't remember how it got there. I must have found it somewhere. Hi, Ari. Welcome in. Hey, Yakab. Welcome in. Hello, Ella. Hope you're doing well today. Lovely to have you here. Started stream right when I have to go to a meeting. I'm sorry, Mayo. I am not okay. I'm sorry to hear that, Violet. Perhaps things shall get better. All right, everybody. Guess what we're doing today? We are actually going to finish this challenge today. I pretty promise that we are actually going to finish this challenge today. Maybe. Okay, we've only got like 3 days left. We have to finish it, right? Like, there's no way. So here's what we're going to do. Let's jump in. 77. I mean, that's kind of nice. The 18's a little low. 1 day can last an hour. That's true. So 3 days could last 3 hours. So we'll be done. MMM check. You put the space between it, so it treated it as the MMM one. I got a haircut. It was okay. No, I really liked how it turned out. I looked back at the picture I sent in Discord, and I didn't get a very good picture of it, I feel like. But yeah, I think it turned out really well. It's nice to have shortish hair again. The long hair was starting to be a real annoyance. So what I ended up asking for was shorter on the sides, but keep the length on the head. And hopefully that will maintain things. Not the failed limbo. While we're waiting for the game to load, I can play you. I can serenade you. It really doesn't like the high notes. So if I go, it can hear that, but if I go, the mic doesn't really pick it up very well. Sing us a song, you're the harmonica man. Thanks, Ari. Oh, here we go. The day is finally here, dear. Oh, I guess she's British. We're off to Sakura Vineyard at the Grampleton coast. Our train departs at noon sharp for the railroad. Don't be late. I think my mic is really good at getting rid of high notes. Just in case there's like a high-pitched squeal or something. The mic like immediately is like, no, we're not having that. I have harmonicas somewhere. Yay! It's finally Comic-Con day. Let's get going to Zuzu City. Our bus leaves at 9 a.m. sharp from the bus stop. Don't be late, okay? I like how they both say the same "don't be late" thing. They're both from They're both from Expanded, so it's not like that unrealistic that would be the case. Today's the day. Alright, we have another cutscene. We have a lot of cutscenes, it seems. Okay, so I did a little bit of testing off camera to make sure things work. Take my potato. How many of these do we have? We have 16. Just in case, I'm going to put this in here. We got our level 20, so we're good on that. We don't need this anymore. All right, so we got our 4 candles the other day. It turns out, to get the sword, all you got to do is click on this again. You did say, and then I went over there and I clicked on it and nothing happened. It was being weird, okay? Anyways, this thing, like, apparently is also a gun. We're not really gonna have a chance to use it, unfortunately. Yeah, you were right, Jazz. I'm sorry. Hey, Mercos, welcome in. Alright, fun fact, that now allows us to make all of the rest of our craftables. And just like that, that's Craftmaster. We have now crafted every item in the game. You can have this too. I don't need it. Talent! A gun. It's like a sword gun. Honestly, it's really cool. But because of how we've done this run, Yakab, I'm just never going to get to use it. Because we finished perfection as quickly as possible, and this is the earliest you can possibly get it. But we have it now. All right, we got our bottle of wine for something or other. Remember, it was important that we brought that with us. Okay. The next thing we have to do is we have to go see Adine before she leaves her house. Also, let's get rid of that thing. Because we have a cutscene. And this is our... Oliver said to bring wine. Gotcha. Almond Rhythm, what fortuitous timing. I have just finished arranging all of your lovely blooms. The courier shall be picking them up this afternoon, and they shall adorn Zuzu's annual flower festival. Is that not most terribly exciting? I think I nailed her voice, by the way. I think that's exactly what the authors wanted her to sound like. Oh, yes, that's right. I've requested you stop by because I have a little something for you. Please wait a moment. Here they are. These were a gift from a botanist. He assured me they would produce a fine bloom. Well, I thought you might have more success with them than I. Perhaps you would consider sharing the flowers with me? All right, this is our last thing we have to grow. So we're going to immediately go plant that down. And also, oops, over here. Dang, it really didn't want us to do things. Okay. We want it to rain tomorrow so that this will be ready on Thursday, which is going to be the last day of the challenge. Hyper speed grow, boom. So it says 5 days. However, every rain day, including today, because it is raining today, reduces that by 1. So an extra 1, I should say. So today and tomorrow, we'll bring it down to 1. It will be done there. Why are the star drops so big? It's one of the mods we have. Is that a diamond pickaxe? No, it's from the Sword and Sorcery mod. It's called an Elysium pickaxe, I believe is how you pronounce it. We managed to get all of our tools fully upgraded, the ones we care about. I could have upgraded these, but I didn't want to, really. I guess we don't really need this bug net anymore. We're kind of just, like, dragging it around with us for no reason. And realistically, we can put our fishing rod in there whenever we need it. We can call them. I don't think we're going to need it very much. What's the difference? It's just stronger. So you upgrade the iridium pickaxe into something called a stignant pickaxe, which is cursed, and then you upgrade it one more time to remove the curse. It's just like a slightly more powerful iridium pickaxe. Okay, my tea was steeping, which I had to take care of. It'd be like radioactive tools, kind of. Why would you need a stronger pickaxe? Good question. It's mostly just for fun. It just breaks rocks more quickly. Okay, I think with that, we've done everything we actually need to do today. And I think that means it's time for some cutscenes. So let's see what cutscenes are available to us. Mayor's Manor with wine. What is the Mayor's Manor? How do I get there? I don't think it's Lewis's house, is it? Okay. Y'all are saying Lewis's house. All right. Bus stop 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. It says don't be late, but it's like, you could be a little late. How close to perfection? If I slept 2 days, I could get it pretty quick. All about the city bus. Off we go to Zuzu City. Oh, I should have dressed in cosplay. Yay! Let's go! We're going cosplaying. Well, congratulations, Ginger. Maybe you accidentally joined without remembering it. We take it. They should make it like Snapchat where you can pay me money to extend your streak. Oh, that's weird, Ginger. I don't know then. There we go. I have to get my voice ready for these lines. I have to play... I have to play Sophia pretending to be a cowboy. That's gonna be tough. Here we are. I already pay you money. I know, I'm just kidding. I'm not being serious. Alright, kiddos, this is your stop. Have fun at Comic-Con. I'm surprised she, like, knows what that is. Enough to, like, call it that. I haven't visited Zuzu City in a while. I forgot how busy and noisy it is. Totally. I haven't been here since last year's Comic-Con. The convention center's just up the street. Follow me. Let's go. Lead the way, Sophia. I think this cutscene is like 5 to 6 minutes long, so just be prepared for that. I'm cosplaying as Waldo. True. I didn't consider that. Or if you're British, Wally. I think it's Wally in British. Yeah, I've seen it one time before, Yakob, because I watched Lee do her perfection run, or her modded run, and she married Sophia. Yay, we're finally here! We need to get our badges still. So let's find a spot in line. Then we can make our way to the main hall. Man, waiting in line for badges at a con is like... That just like made me have so many memories. Look at Concerned Apehead. There's so many interesting people here. I feel like I'm at home. What would you guys like to do first? Dubious Cherry is here as a guest and doing autographs. I'm like one of his biggest fans. It'll probably take a couple hours, so I'll catch up with you two afterwards. I'll be back in time for your skip, boo. All right, I remember you telling me that. See you later. Dubious Cherry. Y'all know who that's in reference to? That sounds like it's definitely a reference to someone. I'm kind of hungry. We should go to the food court. We literally got here 2 minutes ago. Sophia's like, I'm hungry. I want to go home. No, I'm just kidding. Yummy Place. Or Palace. Whoops. Burger Queen, Pizza Go, Ramen. Closed. I can't believe they have Grampleton Orange Chicken here. How's your food? Not very effective, allegedly. You're so silly. After we're done eating, do you mind if we go check out the courtyard? And later, we'll look around the vendor floor. Even in cosplay, I still get a little anxious in large crowds. Thanks for coming out here with me for some fresh air. Hey, it's the fairy cosplayer. I need to get her picture while I have the chance. I'll be right back. Excuse me, can I get your picture? Oh, sure. Hats, okay, poke. A fairy stone. I will say they like absolutely nailed the feeling of being at a convention for this. Feet gloves. I just noticed that, Burkos. I love that. We should read all these while we're waiting here. Fantasy weapons, lucky rings. I'll buy a lucky ring. Moonlight time. Nerd mugs. True. Void crafts. Hats. Abstract creations. These are all stolen paintings. We have like all of these. I love these stones so much. They remind me of the fairy tales I'd read when I was younger. Excuse me, I'd like to purchase a fairy stone, please. Of course, that'll be 2,000 gold. She can just afford that. I guess she owns a vineyard and has her parents' inheritance and stuff. Also, we're married. We probably have a lot of money. Hey, Farland, welcome in. Hey, you two. I got my autograph. I feel like my life's complete now. I'm happy for you. You talked about Mr. Dubious so much. I hope he was as cool as he is on TV. 13 inches. Wait, what? It's almost time for your skit. Should we head over to the stage room now? Oh, you're right. I got super distracted. Let's go now. Oh, because it's in centimeters, you're translated to inches. Gotcha. Yeah, it's pretty low. I'm so nervous. Wish me luck. All right, this is gonna be the hard part. Thank you, everybody. Our next contestant is from Stardew Valley, cosplaying the main character from Journey of the Prairie King. Give it up for Sophia. Someone else got a 77 earlier, Farland. It's interesting. Nice job, Jakob. I don't have to do her voice. I did do her voice earlier. Sophia's skit was amazing. All that practice really paid off. I could tell she was having fun being in the spotlight. Uh-oh. I didn't even change anything. What happened? Huh. How could something have broken? Welcome in, Storm Martin. Time to return home to Stardew Valley. Oh. I don't think you were 77. It should be the same for each day. Maybe Nightbot like glitched out and gave everyone the same output for a minute. I've got my wine, right? Yep. This is not Mayor's Manor. Oh, 6 p.m. My bad. Okay. 10 a.m. Railroad. 10 a.m. Blue Moon Vineyard. Okay. I guess we'll go to the inn. Hopefully Oliver is there. Oh, good. He is. Farland, try a stack check again and see if it changes. Oh, Mod Rhythm, you're here. We need to talk. Over here. Good. Ghosts here. Anyone in the lobby? No. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that then. Good. Right. So. I've been an idiot and I need your help. Is it possible 3 different people got 77? The chances of that seems really low. Kennedy's aunt saw the photo of Lexi and I. Lexi and I, because that's correct English. Kennedy didn't believe me. She said it was all a joke, but her aunt's in this paranormal stuff. She writes for a newspaper, Cryptozoology Today. Cryptozoology Today. She saw the photo. Kennedy was using it as a screensaver or something. Anyhow, she's coming to talk to me to get an exclusive. I think I'm doing his accent differently. Right. I'm doing like, yeah, okay. It's like, right. I don't know what to do, Almond Rhythm. Lexi didn't say I had to keep them a secret, but I know people have hurt them in the past, and I'm worried. What do I do? We should ask Lexi. I'm worried they'd be mad at me, but you're right. They deserve to know. And who knows, maybe Lexi will want to become a celebrity. Yeah, I doubt it. We'll see, though. I feel terrible, Almod Rhythm. I just wanted Kennedy to think I was cool. And now she'll think I'm a joke. I'm convinced that if I go back to the VOD, you made Oliver Swedish at least one stream. I don't even know how to do a Swedish accent. So that would be very impressive on my part. I do hope Lexi will still be my friend. Do you think they will? Yeah, I'd say so. Lexi's very open to it. Yeah, I guess there's only one way to find out. I feel like this kid got like so many cutscenes. I don't know. Maybe it was like more than there needed to be. Oh, we're not done yet, I guess. I don't hate them, but feels like there's a lot. I'm not really sure what it led to. Who else got 77? Storm Martin did. And then someone a lot earlier, but I couldn't remember who it was. Oh, Yacob, 2010 did. There, I was able to see it when I scrolled up. Hey, Sexy Mama, how are you doing today? Can we get a shout out? Sexy Mama's a wonderful streamer here on Twitch. Friend goal, it is your turn now. Oliver friend, no expect to see you today. I am trying to teach friend goal to play Sternhalma. He is not good. Sorry, friend goal, I did not mean offend. Where am I right now? You come play Sternhelm, yes? I think maybe you will win this time. Oliver friend, what wrong? Have I done bad thing to make you sad? No, I've done something foolish. Be kind. I showed one of my friends the photo of us. Is friend coming to visit? Any friend of Ollie is friend to Lexi too, maybe? I'm a friend, not Lexi. Oh. I am used to people being scared of me. Oh, Lexi. Shut up, Fringle. My friend, her name is Kennedy. She wasn't scared of you, but she told someone about you, a journalist. I made him, like, more Cockney, but I can't, like, summon it right now. A journalist is a person who writes about things, real things, and puts them into a magazine. There it is. Oh, magazines. I know magazines. We would cut out pictures and make collage. This journal person wants to be in a collage? That is not so bad. All right, governor. She would tell the world about you, Lexi. People might come here and try and find you. People might... that sounds right. Okay. I think I found it. They might hurt you, Lexi. And I don't want that to happen. I do not want that to happen either, Oliver friend. But I also know you are a good person, and you will not let it happen. You're not mad at me, Lexi. You have every right to be. Mad? Why would I be mad? You want to help find me more friends. That is not a thing to be mad about. Lazy, hey, hey, hey. No, I guess it's not a thing to be mad about. Huh. Is there not another one? Interesting. Railroad at 10 a.m. That's coming up. I don't know who this is. Hopefully they're not friendable. Thank you, Violet. I wasn't sure. Railroad, 10 a.m. Mooloon Vineyard, 10 a.m. Guess we go Railroad first. Okay, time skip forward by an hour. That's weird. I feel like Nightbot might have glitched. Okay, now I have to do British without being so ridiculous. The train arrived right on time. I can barely contain my excitement. There we go. All aboard! We ran into another issue with this, huh, Farland? Jeez. Off we go to Grappleton, dear. I'm gonna bring back my other wife some orange chicken. Straight from the source. So yeah, you're running on the Python program, so... Huh. Well, it basically takes the name and turns it into numbers. Is it somehow turning it into the same number? Because it has to cut off a certain amount, right? I don't know how that could happen, though. Those are very different numbers. I forget what it does to turn it into numbers. Does it, like, turn each letter into a number and then, oh, what's the word when you combine them? By not adding them, but by, like, literally physically putting them together. Not physically, I guess. Ah, we've arrived in the Grappleton train station, a marvelous hub for train routes across the country. Yes, that's it. I can't pronounce it right now. Concatenate, yes. The station is always bustling with activity. It's wonderful seeing so many people in one place, each with their own story. Hey, Cronox. Oh, Farland's the one who implemented it, which is why I'm asking Cronox. I think this one is yours, right, Farland? I think you were the last one to help me fix it. Because it was Vatsu before, but then you found an error with it that you fixed. Oh, look at the time. Come on, dear, I've arranged a taxi. It'll take us to our little cottage. Is there like a war going on? That's with the other people, not these guys. Oh, this is actually so cute. What the heck? Why is the taxi going like 3 miles an hour? I can walk faster than that taxi. It's incredible how quickly the hours go by when you're taking in all the new scenery. Let's get inside, shall we? You must be exhausted after a long trip. I certainly am. I haven't done, like, an event with Olivia in, like, almost a year in-game. I barely remember her voice. I'm pretty sure it's just a very light British accent. That's what I'm gonna go with. Code Divers. This is actually a super cute cabin. They got the same strawberry bed we have at home. I must say, I rather like this quaint cottage. It has so much personality to it. We can finally relax after traveling across the whole country. Huh. Wine, dear. We have a very busy day tomorrow in Sakura Vineyard. I'm gonna start getting ready for bed. Care to join me, dear? Does that imply, like, I normally wouldn't? The next day. Oh my, Sakura Vineyard is even more grand in person. Let's check in and start the touring grounds, dear. Oh, wow. Sorry, Sophia, you're outmatched. Jeez. Hey, Magnolia. I thought it was hashed, Cronox. I missed that text, dang it. We age our wine with trademark casks. I think we're gonna go with that voice because it's more fun. I assume the first thing was like, we're gonna start the tour now. Oh, no more? I kind of want more of that lady. Yeah, I looked up like what things you can use for Nightbot, Farland. I couldn't find anything. Bye, April. Thanks so much for hanging out. Wait, I'm so confused. Are you leaving? Are you staying? Enjoy your wine tasting! You said, okay, bye, y'all. I'm confused. This is a really pretty design. Honestly, Expanded really goes all out. Like, I am so impressed with Expanded. Which we will talk about when we do our mod review at the end of stream here. Like, they made all of this asset for one single scene. Maybe it'll come up again later or something, I don't know. Still cool, though. The view from this balcony is astonishing. It's almost as if the grape trellises extend beyond the horizon. It's a very small world if that's the case. This is what decades of work looks like. I'd say it paid off. It's actually just your house. You're doing pretty well. I hope this little trip of ours will be a memory you look back on later in life. When you die and I'm still young. I ain't saying you're a cougar, but... That was a fun trip to Grampleton, but now it's time to return home in Stardew Valley. Return home to Stardew Valley. Welcome back, Sunset. Alright, next thing's next. We gotta go see our good friend. I assume this is in a Sophia cutscene, but we'll see. Oh, it's a fairy garden! That's right. I love it! I love it! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Come here, you! Oh. See, you can do this, You can do this without being married to her, so I wonder how it's different if you're not married to her. She probably just doesn't kiss you. Maybe it's just a hug. I've dreamt about having a fairy garden ever since I was a little girl and first watched Pink Princess Crusaders. You made my dream come true, for real! Where are the stones? I was gonna keep this a secret, but now I want to tell you. There's some new devices you can purchase from my order ledger. They're really expensive, though. I wouldn't make money from selling them, but I know you'll put them to good use. Yeah, seriously, Ella. I will say, like, I downloaded 100 mods. Expanded is probably, like, the best one of them, and it's not particularly that close. I mean, the other ones are good, don't get me wrong, but it's just, like, so well polished. Let's enjoy the garden for a little longer. I can now purchase iridium sprinklers and nozzles from the order ledger. Are they, like, reasonably priced? Bug mod. I like the bug mod. I will be honest. Like, honestly, it has a few issues, but I honestly like it. I think they did a good job with it. Okay, so you can't purchase them in unlimited quantity, and they are also very expensive. I just noticed for the first time I have under 1 million gold. First time in a while. Like, I don't dislike the bug mod. It just has some issues. It's probably gonna get like an A when I do my ratings. I legitimately think it is a good mod. Okay, this is just in case we have some surprise person here. So we have 19 star drop tea. Should be good. All right, that might be all of our cutscenes until 6. Mayor's Manor, 6 p.m. I assume that's Lewis's house? Gender affirming but disappointing. Brand new sentences. I will wait here. I should make it so you have to sit to wait. I should have added a mod that just lets you wait. I feel like there's probably one that lets you do that. Oh, it is actually here. You're here. I'm glad you can make it. I'm just putting the finishing touches on the 4th course dinner. Well, when I say finishing up, I mean heating. Gus is preparing it. Wouldn't trust my cooking. Oh, I'm waffling, aren't I? I know. It's just, well, I don't normally have such important dinner guests. They're here. How do I look? Exactly the same as always, Lewis. 111! Welcome, First Lady. Gosh, these accents are gonna kill me. Hello, Lewis, isn't it? Pleasure to see you again, old boy. How is everything doing? Josie's giving me the tour of the town. It's looking very nice. Yes, I think we've had it like 3 or 4 times now, April. Ah, you're the farmer, what was your name again? Almond Rhythm? Excellent, pleased to meet you. And you've met my lovely wife, of course. Josie has told me all about you. He's supposed to be British, I think. I kind of failed at that at the beginning. Well, something certainly smells delicious. What's for dinner? Now, I've just made him Sean Connery again. To begin with, we have an entree, crab cakes caught locally here in our very own bay. Excellent, I do love seafood. Shall we be seated then? Of course. Good. If they could never talk, that'd make my life a lot easier. Oh my, this cheesecake was divine. You must really give Josie the recipe. Dad? Now, Lewis, have you heard the news? About the bird? Grampleton are beginning their election campaigns next week. Interesting times, don't you think? Actually, Lewis, my boy, when was the last time you held an election here? 5, 10 years ago? And no one stood against you ever since? Maybe it's time for a little shake-up. What do you think, Almond Rhythm? You seem a capable character. Fancy a stint as the mayor? Yes. By Jove, wouldn't that be fun, wouldn't it? Office worker turned farmer turned mayor. Well, it's been lovely getting to know you a little better. It's a shame Josie and Ollie will be leaving soon. But it's time the boy to return to school, and I'd rather have missed my wife. And Dad, I don't want to go to school. Speaking of Lewis, old chap, enjoying the old bachelor life? I have to say, living alone may have its perk, but the older I get, the longer and lonelier the evenings become. There's no special someone in your life. Hey, Jen, welcome in. Wait, Jen, how long have you been here? I'd feel bad. Okay, you did just get here fairly recently. That's fine. Anyways, Josie's got her big reunion concert soon. I'm sure Oliver will delight to see his old school friends again, won't you, lad? Well, Dad, there's something I've been wanting to talk to you about. Well, best be off. Don't want to outstay our welcome, eh? He never listens. Yes, thank you for a delightful dinner, Mayor Lewis. There's nothing quite like a good, simple country fare, is there? Pleased to meet you, Almond Rhythm. Remember what I said, mayor elections. I'll see you at the next luau. You can give me your verdict then. Come, Josie. Come, Oliver. Dad, I'm not leaving with you. I want to stay here in Pelican Town. You what? Oh. I don't feel like we didn't finish that. And that is it for the ones that we can do. It's interesting the Morris property even shows up here when it's not accessible in this file anymore. Ooh, that's awesome, Jen. How's it going? Alright, we want to do some quick double checks here, just to make sure we're on the same page. This is growing right now. Fish is all done. This is broken. I've found it multiple times. I have 35 of them. It just doesn't work properly. But it still gets me perfection. And you know what's really funny, y'all? I figured out what this achievement was. Do you guys know what this achievement is that I'm missing here? I forgot that 1.6 added achievement for getting perfection. So, we're fine. No. It's it's for getting to the summit. So we don't really need to worry about it. Alright, cooking recipes. Just the one. I should see what this costs and have it ready, just in case. That won't be a problem. I have a lot of pairs. Actually, let's make sure our friendship doesn't decay. I think we're okay. I'm like struggling to figure out what that last achievement is. What was the problem, Farland? Or are you not sure? Wizard. Greetings, Almond Rhythm. I have news from the Fern Guild Ministry of Magic. Oh, this is Morgan. They've assigned me a pupil to train with the elements. Their name is Morgan. there was already someone in the valley I would have taught magic to. But the ministry has spoken. I must do as they command. Morgan arrives tomorrow. That is all. Wait, tomorrow? Oh, that's an extra day. Alright, so we're not done until Friday then. I could have sworn that Morgan arrived today. That's just me standing up. Yeah, when I made this limbo test command, I didn't think about the heights really at all. I kind of just threw what made sense together. Wait, why is this still 4 days? Oh, maybe we did need that extra day. Jeez. I guess it didn't count that day. Yeah, I'm not done with that test command. That's why it's called limbo test. I'll replace limbo with it when I'm done with it. Oh, interesting, Farland. Yeah, Farland. I also probably need your help in understanding like how to do like an if-then command or a while loop or something. I don't know. It would be if-else command. I'm not sure how to do that in there. Because I want the limbo command to basically be like, the height is this, you were able to limbo to this, you hit the bar. The height is this, you were able to limbo to this, you just barely skirt under the bar. And the height is this, you limbo this, you were easily able to get under the bar. Something like that. So basically just compare the two variables and see which one's larger or how much larger it is. Okay, I think there's nothing else for us to do today. That sounds crazy, doesn't it? Let's check for things. No, 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 yes. Pelican Town at 6 p.m. Stuff goes pretty quick, doesn't it? Okay, let me just triple check all of the things we still need for perfection before I lose my mind. I know what I'm doing, I swear. Every party needs a pooper, that's why we invited you. %99 done. 2% away on friends, because we need 10 hearts. 1% away on cooking recipes, 1% away on shipping. Everything else is done. So let's go at 6 p.m. to the town and see what this cutscene is. Oh yeah, we're gonna finish today. We are like super easily gonna finish today. I told you, Mom, Dad, I'm not leaving. I want to stay. Oh, I did like a Harry Potter accent now. I don't know. Are we gonna stick with that? Maybe we should use that for Morgan. Oh, Oliver, as lovely and hospitable as this town has been to us, it's dropped us in the past. You've got such a bright future ahead of you. Why throw it all away now? Is it a girl? I thought you were getting so well on with Miss Kennedy. Or is it a boy? You can tell us, Oliver. It's okay. We might be old, but we'd understand. Mom! It's not a boy or a girl. This isn't just some teen rebellion. I love it here. I really liked working with Dr. Jacob and helping with the animals makes me happy. Ally, I know, right? Surprising ally. It's not even Pride Month. Tally, welcome in. I hope you're doing super well today. We were supposed to finish this yesterday. Thought it was like 8. Yeah, I know. That's one of the problems with the eScarp sprites, is like they just feel a little bit off. Like I can't fully explain it. Yeah, he looks like he's 8 or 9. But yeah, 13, I guess, is kind of probably his age. Yeah, if y'all don't know Tally, Tally is an amazing streamer here on Twitch who's also doing a 999 challenge. How's your 999 challenge going, by the way? I've seen you streaming it a few times. Josie just said gay rights. Yeah, I don't think Escarp's portraits are bad. They just don't fully fit in with the rest of the ones in Stardew. If that makes sense. Yes, I know you want to be a doctor. You want me to be a lawyer or a dentist or something respectable, but I'm not sure I'm cut out for that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. If you do stay, where are you going to live? We can't exactly sleep in the inn forever. As much as you'd like to think you are, you're not an adult yet. Dr. Jacob has a spare room, and I've never felt so healthy in all my life. Please let me stay, Ma, even if it's only for another year. He does look happier. Need to put like the mustache over my mouth. He does look happier, Josie dear. More color in his cheeks. Maybe he must be this French country air. Be gay, do crime. This is a reminder to everyone in the United States, and anywhere actually. If you see a crosswalk, and you have chalk, you know what you have to do. Well, I think that went rather well, don't you? Oh, this was supposed to happen immediately after we walked out. Oh, I teleported away. Oh, that's so funny. I missed the cutscene because I teleported away instead of going outside. This is literally is happening tomorrow now. What does that mean? If you don't know, it's probably better that you don't. But just make all your crosswalks into rainbows while you can, legally. Oh, Mod Rhythm. Hey, hi. I'm telling my mom I really want to stay here. Pelican Town feels like home to me. You love it here too, right? Please help me persuade her, please. Pelican Town's really helped him. You should let Oliver stay. Thanks, Mod Rhythm. It's cool of you to say that. I've got friends here, Ma. People who look out for me. Very well, Oliver. You've put forth your case. I need to discuss matters with your father and Dr. Jacob. Yeah, proud of Vienna for that. Do we have another one? Probably not until tomorrow. We're literally just about to sleep again. There's nothing else for me to do. I've never been more radicalized to paint a crosswalk than I have in the last week. Okay. Oh, we should check on our plant. We walked by it like twice and we didn't even check. Mel, welcome in. Very funny timing on that, Mel. You're doing well. I finished your podcast episode, Mel. It was very, very fun. Oh, I did check on it. It was very gay. Extremely gay. Like the gayest thing I've ever witnessed. If you're not following Mel, Mel is a lovely streamer here on Twitch. Make sure you go give Mel a follow if you're not already doing so. I'm going back. I'm going back to Vienna. Yeah, I really like the podcast episode, though. I mean, it's literally just like listening to you and Grace talk to each other, which I know is like, I don't know, that's like already one of my favorite activities, so. Kind of hard to imagine I wouldn't like it. Okay, I gotta find this Morgan fellow. Alright, let's go see how this is doing. Yes, this will be ready tomorrow, despite what it says. Alright, Cherry Orchard, unexpected. Witch's Swamp. Huh. I guess because it's raining? Scarp Inn, 5 p.m. People hop into my chat to figure out a limo command? Oh, that's fine. You just need like someone to go over there and like test it out. You need probably like 2 people, right? Yeah. Jazza, if you could go help, and then maybe Jen, if you're willing to. Wait, do you know what the one I have is, or did you already make a new one? I have a somewhat working one already. You don't want to take the base from that? I guess you already did. I literally just cannibalized. I mean, you could ask me. I'll just paste it for you. I cannibalized the stack command. I guess you've already updated the stack command, though, so maybe we needed that. I literally just directly cannibalized the stack command. Actually, I kind of don't want to show you because it's a little embarrassing looking. I made one of my variables like the same thing as before with like an S on it. All right, here, I'll send it to you. I'm gonna DM it to you. Oh, you already sent me yours. Okay, we're gonna get cutscene here. Yeah, I already tried adjusting ranges a few times, but it still needs to be adjusted a little bit. First word I hear is cannibalize. I like that word. It's very useful. Rah! It's you! Phew, you scared me. Me? I'm just wandering around. To be honest, I always wondered how it feels to be on the surface. I can smell the rain, but I'm too afraid to go outside. And this portal especially, I don't know how to use it. It's so creepy. Let's go together. You'll teach me how to use it? Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. You just step on it, I think? I don't know. Maybe it's more complicated than that. The game doesn't exactly explain it. Grah! You okay? I'm fine. This was so fun. What is this noise? Is this how rain sounds? And the smell, even more distinct than ever. Let's go outside. Oh, sure. I'm just a little bit nervous. Just hold my hand, okay? Literally doesn't hold your hand. That's the other one, Lazi. People are in Farland's chat right now testing it. It's so weird out here. So many unfamiliar smells and sounds. What's that? Let's go for a walk. Oh, sure, why not? With you, I feel more brave than ever. Can we date the goblin? Thanks for bringing me here, Ahmad Rhythm. I would have never made it so far without you. And now I have all the world to explore. You helped me defeat my fears and made my life a lot more bearable. Let's just sit here some more, huh? Oh, we're gonna have ads here in just a second. Thank you, Ahmad Rhythm, for everything. I do apologize for them. Alright, good. Alright, we gotta find this Morgan fellow. But I don't want to do that while we have ads up. Oh, there's Morgan. So I'm probably gonna go ahead and take a quick break while these ads are playing. And just kind of slowly make my way over to Morgan. Oh, before that, actually. What are Morgan's love gifts? Morgan's probably not even on this thing yet, right? No. Morgan loves void eggs. Do I have iridium quality void eggs? I do not. You can just have a regular one, I guess. We're gonna get Morgan up to 10 hearts immediately, by the way. Tizzard's Tower, Wizard's Tower, Fizzard's Tower, Malizzard's Mower, Kizzard's Brower. Alright. Physics Hour. How does that... Absolute Power. Alright, we're gonna take a short break, everybody. The ads are playing right now. I'll catch you guys... Wrong button to press. I'll catch you guys in just a few minutes.
Oh, it's a person.
All right, we're back. Let's go ahead and meet Morgan. Oh, right. Okay, I need to find a voice for Morgan. Who are you? I did, Farland. We're not going to do it right now, but yes. It's nice to meet you, Ahmad Rhythm. My name is Morgan. I left home to come study under Magnus Rasmodius. That's my husband. Hey, look what I can do. Wow, you can make gay colors. Morgan. Sorry, Magnus. I just wanted to show Ahmad Rhythm the new magic thing I learned. There are rules, Morgan, and I expect you to follow them. Okay. Go and study Chapter 2 of the Ancient Fruit Almanac in your room. We're brewing potions tomorrow. Okay. I have to go read now, I guess. Bye. Oh, there's more. Apologies, Ahmad Rhythm. Morgan has much to learn about control. I can be a little mean to a child. That's like half my job, actually, Jen. I have more materials to prepare for tomorrow's lessons. You may stay if you wish. I think that's what happened to Rapunzel, isn't it? Void egg! Is it a potion? An elixir? It smells good. Wait. That was it? You saw me get in trouble. We've already lost Morgan. There you are. 10 out of 10 hearts. Alright, let's make sure that completes friendship. I would like to be sure before I sleep today. Hope you're doing well today, Emerald. Great friends, 100%. So we have one shipment to make, and we have one cooking recipe to make. Both which can be done tomorrow. Let's see if we have any other things to do. Another wizard's tower. Railroad at 10 p.m. as well. Cherry Orchard at 8 p.m. 5 p.m. Alright. We're probably just going to be walking in and out of the wizard tower a few times. I imagine the rest of Morgan's cutscenes are going to be playing out today. It's not time. We got a lot of cutscenes to watch before we get there. Taylor Risk, thank you for the follow, by the way. I just saw that now. I assume you followed when I was on break. Ah, yes, it's about time. I sensed your arrival hours ago, Almodrhythm. I would just tell that to people. That'd be kind of fun. If I was wearing a wizard's hat, I would also say that, just randomly. With Yoba's guidance, I can foresee anything that's about to happen. I shall call upon the marvelous elements. Blue. Ah, yes, of course. You seek it. That is the most appropriate quote. What did you think of my Magnus impression? Was that good? It sure did fool me. I was peeking at you the entire time. I bet you didn't even notice. Magnus is gathering magical herbs for brewing potions tomorrow. They grow near a magical spring in the forest. He promised he'd take me someday when my connection with the forest is stronger. I should finish my reading about these herbs. Thanks for dropping by. That was fun. Imagine Bane holding a non-binary flag. That is a very interesting thing to imagine. Why did you get stopped spamming caps? Oh, that'd be why. Well, you don't have to apologize to me for me about the caps. You have to apologize to Nightbot. Alright, let's see. Next one is Railroad 10 p.m. Scarpim 5 p.m. Scarpin first. That duck is not swimming. That duck is walking on the water. Jesus duck. Couldn't think of a pun in time. Alright, time forward. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Did anyone know that the CJB cheats menu is actually just a TARDIS? Hey, Jinx. Nice. Careful now. I just waxed those floors. I hope you haven't dragged any mud in. Oh, sorry. Just a bit tense. This weather, we had a terrible storm in Fort Josa and hurricanes. Ah! Jacob also came in. Oh, it's you. Sorry about the mud. It's really pouring out there. Just dropping by to pick up something for dinner. Yes, of course. Let me go and get it. Come and make yourself at home, but please wipe your feet. Of course. Rose is so good to us. I'm so busy with the animals, I hardly have time to cook. I've come to rely on her too much. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Take care, Ahmad. I appreciate it too. I'm pleased somebody enjoys my cooking. Ah, that was a nice little short scene. Like it. Alright, let's go to the cherry orchard. Supposed to be Clint's brother, so figure that one out. Hey, Raven. I'm just saying, Clint could work like that. Well, it would look like that eventually. Okay. Change the time to 8 p.m. and enter the cherry orchard. Oh, it's a Lexi cutscene. Oh, hello, Almod Rhythm. Sorry, I was lost in thoughts, remembering a long ago time friend. No, you and Friend Goal and Mother are not my only friends. I had another friend once, but she is gone now. Would you like to hair tail? It is a long time ago, maybe more than 2 hand, less than 3 hand years, when I was a child. I lived with Mother in big house and forest. You lived in the forest? I loved Mother very much, but did not love being indoors. Loved the outside, with rain on face and wind on my whisker goal. But it was not safe to go out when sun is high in sky. Sun is too hot, it made my skin feel bad. And there were too many eyes to see, too many voices to scream monster. Thank you for not screaming monster, Almod Rhythm, for making me feel like a person, not a thing to be afraid of. Hey, Creativia, enjoy your lurk. So in dawn, when the sun painted the sky in orange pink, I would swim in river. To swim in beach, I would swim in river to swim in beach where I'd collect shells for Mother. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Swim into the river to get to the beach. But I was a very silly child. Though I love water, I was scared of waves. And then some other person came to swim. I don't know who that is. Yeah, I guess this was like 2 decades ago, so. What happened, Ems? No chicken nugs? That snow person, she was not scared of the waves, not at all. You're really hiding behind that bush super well, Lexi. After that, she would come every day. No more peaceful swim. Nope, not anymore. I was sad. I wanted to talk to her and be friend. But I was scared. Have not good memories of people. Then one day she come to swim and everything changed. The same day. Oh no! She is gone! Not scared of wave, not anymore. No, I was more scared she drowned. So I dive in, found her, and bring her back to shore. She cough, 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 cough up water. She look up to me. I think she might scream. She did not. You saved me. Parrot sounds. Thank you. It is okay. My name is Mona. Mana? Mana? Maybe Mana. Pleased to meet you, Lexi. I am Lexi. I said this out of order. I would make a parrot sound in this situation. It's how you breathe. Rescue breathing is parrot sounds. We became friends, would swim together, race, play games. We were happy. But after some times, things change. Mana? I'm gonna go with Mana for now. Mana found her mate and spent more time in mountains or underground than in sea. So I go to sea. I try to find a mate of my own, and when I came back, she was gone. But that is a story for a different day. Today we remember the good times, not sad times, yes? It is Mona? Okay, it was Mona. Gotcha. I want to hug Lexi, please. Oh. Hey, Lady Winter. This mod tends to like change people's names, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was Lady Winter. Not like their name was wrong or something, just like this person changed their name and they go by something different now. You won't eat the bread of the chicken nuggets? You should eat the chicken. That's kind of the important part in that scenario. Alright, we should have one more cutscene at 10 p.m. at the railroad. Yes, so let's head over there. In 2 days, we will be on the summit. I hope. Oh, too early. Only brand. To be fair, it could have gone either way there. All right. Let's wait until 10 p.m. What? There it is. I entered too quickly. I also want some chicken nuggets now. I already had lunch. I guess it's already 4 p.m. We're like already approaching dinner time. Time is a flat circle. Marty and Lewis. No. Remember how the slimes were banging and it was bad for my family-friendly stream? It's kind of like that. Eek! Did they like even go in the room or anything? Did they just like go into the entranceway of the bathhouse and start banging? Who was that? I don't know. One of the townsfolk, probably? The slimes were reproducing. Why are they even wandering here that late? Ironically, I am also here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be seeing this, right? We could just go to your house, you know. I've already told you, no one should see us together. I'm the mayor, after all. They'll know eventually. We can't hide a relationship forever. And Almod Rhythm already knows. I'm literally here. Another Stardew stream I watch, found out that the slimes bang. It was so funny. Lewis, say you'll tell people. Oh my gosh. Lewis, what are you even doing? What is the point of this thing you do? Marnie does deserve better. Marlon deserves better as well. Okay, we're good. Alright, we sleep. It is time. It is time for my polycule to achieve perfection. Well, today is actually not the day we summit. Today is the day we achieve perfection, though. Supposedly. I'm killing Lewis. What did you think Jessa said? That cliff is going to be so crowded. I don't know how the mod does it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it crashes. Yes, we got it. Glazed pear time. Right. If we have a pear, we should just be able to cook it with that. Get out of here. Okay. There it is. The last of the really great cooking recipes. Okay. And that leaves just one thing to grab. Wow, lots of big noises. Bird of Paradise flower. Shipped. Gotcha. Okay, that should be everything. Just make sure we didn't miss anything. That's our last Bird of Paradise thing. And this should be the minimum days, because we immediately met Morgan as soon as we could. Maxed their friendship to 10. Got the recipe this day. So Summit is on Saturday. Okay. So Saturday, the 6th of year 3 is the earliest you can possibly do this. And it sounds like more new fish doesn't actually prevent that like I thought it did. Because you do get a quest for it on day 1. Lewis is ashamed to be seen with a bigger woman. I don't think that's it, is it? At least it's not implied that that's it. Alright, we probably have some cutscenes to see today, though, so let's do that first. Railroad at 8 p.m. Cinder Sap. I always want to call it Cinder Snap. Does anyone else do that? I feel like I have a problem with that. Okay, I imagine both of these cutscenes are Morgan. So let's start with the 9 a.m. one. Okay, it's the kids. I don't know much. I haven't learned much very yet. Come on. Please. Okay, but if Rasmodius asks you, none of this happened, okay? Duh, now show us. Fine. Oh, Leo's here down too. Is that all? I told you I'm still learning. Hey you, I saw you run in there. What are you doing? Oh, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. You aren't interrupting. Come on over. Morgan was showing us some of the magic we're learning from being a wizard. I really don't know that much yet, besides some basic words. Can you summon things? Can you summon a bird? That's high-level magic. Maybe someday. Why a bird? I just like birds, I guess. Do you like chickens? I don't know. I've never met chicken. We don't need magic to meet some birds. Aunt Marnie's ranch is right over there. We have lots of chickens. Really? Yeah, let's go. You can meet some. Wow, I'd love to. Aw, that is actually really cute. Oh, there's more. Aw, I don't care about stupid chickens. Morgan, show me something else? Huh, okay. Okay. And then at 10 a.m., the next cutscene. Thanks, Jen. I'm glad you like them. Morgan turned me into a newt. I got better. Hi, Almad Rhythm. I'm playing hide and seek. Morgan caught me. I can't find Jazz anywhere. I give up. Jazz, I give up. Be a little later, I think. Oh, right there. I was a bush. I win. You were hiding at the start all along? Hee hee. Want to play hide and seek with us, Almond Rhythm? Yeah, come on, Almond Rhythm. Well, will you? Morgan is really easy to find. It's because of that funny wizard hat of theirs. I thought Morgan uses they, them. Well, maybe not. Ah, there we go. I don't even want to misgender in dialogue. His? Are you okay, Morgan? Oh, haha. My hat does give me away. Haha. See, maybe you wouldn't be caught so early if you didn't take it off. If you took it off, rather, I would assume. Let's play! Zane, welcome in. We're finishing up our MMM challenge today. We just did everything we needed to get perfection. Tomorrow, we will hit the summit. Aw, you found me. I assume that was Morgan? I couldn't actually see. Maybe not. You got me! Oh no, that's Morgan. Yeah, they go back quite a bit, Zane, but yeah, we're very close to finishing. Ooh. What do you guys think, chat? Surely you let the kid win, right? Yeah, we gotta let the kid win. You always let kids win. That's what adults are for. I win. You just got lucky. I should have chosen a better hiding spot. Do you two boys want to play just once more? Uh-oh. Morgan, what's wrong? Oh, I'm not a boy. But you sound like a boy. I'm sorry, we didn't know you were a girl. Oh, I'm not a girl. Huh? I don't understand. I identify myself differently. I'm not a boy or a girl, I'm just me. I feel like both of these are almost exactly the same. I don't know, chat, what do you guys think? I feel like both of these are pretty good. Normally it's like there's like 3 bad choices and 1 good one. It's like, I don't know. Both of these feel fine. I know, right? Morgan is so based. Bottom one? Yeah. Morgan identifies themselves differently. I think I understand now. You're just being yourself. That makes sense. I didn't know. Thanks, Almond Rhythm. All of chat is a bottom. Careful, Jen. What should we call you then? I prefer they or them. Okay. Hey. Do you want to play for a little longer? Sure. All right, what's next? Wizard's Tower immediately. Let's do it. Am I wrong? I have all of the portraits. Look at all those portraits. Oh my goodness. Can I even afford to buy all of them? It's not like I need money anymore.
It's like your wallet where you carry around the pictures of your loved ones, but it's just like... all of the pictures of your loved ones, but it's just like... all of them. Sure. There we go. 12 plus 10, 22? 22 loved ones. This is our family, the 23 of us. It's a shame there isn't one more, then I could make a 23andMe pun. Instead of a wallet, you pull out a shared Google Calendar. Hey, they're all worth exactly $9.99. Oh. Oh, you ruined it. Oh, I guess technically the royal family isn't part of this. Not in the polycule. You're just ducks. Oh, the heck, Morgan? I can do other things besides magic, you know. Oh, sorry, Almond Rhythm. I was talking to myself. Quack. Hi, Almond Rhythm. I'm studying for my exam next week. It's on the arcane history of magic from mages from other continents. History is my least important subject, but I understand why it's important. I gotta give them some more like kid tones. I keep making the voice too neutral or normal. Adult. Did you know you're the only person who says hello to me in town? We get some visitors, but they all ignore me. They come in and walk past me to talk to Magnus. Marlin sometimes says hi, but that's the most he says. There's adventurers from other clans who want Magnus to make their weapons magical, and there's this witch from Castle Village, but I try my best to stay away from her. She gives me the creeps. That is totally fair. She gives me the creeps too, in a good way. It's because you are 6. I wish Jazz and Vincent visited me in the tower. Their parents don't let them. You know what? I agree with the parents on this one. I also would not let children in the tower. I didn't know you felt this way. I'm in a strange place, far away from my home and family. I miss my mom and dad. I didn't choose to come here. The ministry commanded it. It's what they do to every child who finds out has the gift. They assigned a seasoned witch or wizard to train them in the elements. I know I have a huge responsibility, but sometimes I wish things were different. What should I say? I don't like either of these. I guess the bottom one is better. Because it's more focused on them. I know there's hardships I must surpass. It just isn't easy. Chat, why are you always such a bottom? You know, your visits and gifts mean more to me than you know. Thank you. One moment. Want to learn about the Gortoro Empire mages with me? This page might interest you. Oh, we get another one immediately? Oh, you summoned trash. Truly incredible. Honestly, that's a good spell. I failed again. It is difficult to fail, but it is worse to have tried to succeed. It is worse never to have tried to succeed, Morgan. Behind every failure is an opportunity. Ah, speaking of failures. Ah, it appears we have a visitor. Hello, Almad Rhythm. Greetings, I'm teaching Morgan about transmutation. We're turning trash into more trash. You can transmute metals. Most intriguing. I forgot I could do that, to be honest with you. You really can? Prove it. Yes, I believe a demonstration is in order.
Bippity boppity bee, turn this iron into a yee. Okay, I can't spell words. Whoa, you really can transmute stuff. Transforming iron into gold is advanced alchemy, passed down from magic practitioners. Oh my goodness. Changing the physical properties of an object is a monumental task, requiring immense concentration and a great deal of mana. How'd you learn to perform alchemy, Almad Rhythm? I leveled up my forging, I think. You taught yourself? Fascinating. Transmute? I'm actually pretty talkative. I love that, Jess. Seeing you turn that bar of iron into gold filled me with determination. I wonder what that's a reference to. Anyone know, chat? Any losers in chat know that reference? Knowing that the mouse might one day get the piece of cheese, it fills you with determination. Did I say losers? I meant winners. Sorry, I misspoke. I'm ready to try again. It's Sans. Bippity boppity coo. Turn this iron into a U. Yes, I did it. Phenomenal, Morgan. Thin ice, Alco. I need you guys here to yell at me more. All right. Any more today? Railroad at 8 p.m. Mama Modded Farm yesterday. We can't make that anymore, huh? I'm worried because that's going to mess up my perfection tomorrow. I think we will go backwards in time just this once. Just a little bit. We just have to go before 9 a.m. You're so sassy and unhinged. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, it's in the farmhouse, I guess. Oh, Maru. What has got into you? You're sassy. This is my normal amount of sassiness, isn't it? It is the fresh trim. The hair is making me sassy. Hi, honey. Tomorrow night there's a rare astronomical event happening. A comet is passing very close to our planet. I was thinking maybe we should observe it together. Hi, Polyplops. Welcome in. Great. Meet me in the mountains at midnight tomorrow night. If it rains, we'll do it on the next night. The comet is here for a few days. What if it rains for the next few days? Oh, it has to be before 8 a.m. That's very early. All right, we can fix that. I don't want it to mess up our perfection tomorrow. Apples, yep. Good morning, Almad Rhythm. Magnus Rasmosius is giving me an important test today, deep in the woods, south of the abandoned vineyard. I'd like you to be there. Farewell, Almad Rhythm. That's so cute. I messed up. Let me try that again. Legitimately very cute. Yeah. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Western Cinder Sap Forest. Magnus was like right there the whole time too, which makes it even better. They are adorable. I think this is actually faster. When you cast Misty Step instead of Dimension Door. So true, Jazza. Music's appropriate. Ah, I foresaw your arrival. You really came. Morgan, it is time. Okay. Morgan, you can do this. Concentrate. Demonstrate your intentions to the elements that bind our world. Mm-hmm. Morgan isn't Magnus's kid. It's like Magnus's understudy, like apprentice. Mountain summits. The marshlands. Lush forests. The oceans. I feel a connection with the earth. It is speaking to me. Bird. Bird 2. Frog. Frog. Oh, there's already a bird here. Bird 3. Uh-oh. Birdemic. Yes, I am roomed with Krobus and apples as well. Gah, where did these animals come from? Oh, look, they're right here. And a daffodil, too. Yeah, they can talk to animals now. Eliza Thornberry. Extraordinary, Morgan. Your ability to gain the trust of forest creatures is proof Mother Nature has put her faith in you. Does that mean... Yes, you passed the exam. Ah! I reflected on the forest creatures and the meaning of behind what I saw. My farm animals will now produce higher quality goods. A little late for that one. Alright, what's next? Mountains at 10 p.m., railroad at 8 p.m. Now, I've got the intro to the wild thornberries stuck in my head. And then I could talk to animals. It's totally cool, but it's a secret. What was the monkey's name? Hey, Breezy, welcome in. I'm actually not really sure why it was a secret she could talk to animals. Was there like some kind of reasoning behind that? Darwin, that would make sense. All right, it is 8 p.m. railroad. All right, we are waiting until 8 p.m. Oh, is Linus gonna meet Zik? Ah, I see. I don't think her parents would exploit her, but, you know, that's fair. That's a little worrisome, I suppose. Zik was a... That's cute. Is this all Witch's Swamp? This might be expanded, actually. I'm not sure. It's a little confusing, because the Witch's Swamp makes Zik called Zik, whereas I think in Expanded, they're just called Henchmen. But, like, it combines the character into one. So, like, the Witch's Swamp adds things, but, like, there's separate things from Expanded, I think. So I'm not sure which one is which makes it a little hard to evaluate. All right. The next one is at 10 p.m. in the mountains, which is with Maru, I believe. So let's wait until 10 p.m. Brianna, go ahead and ask me a science question. Good timing on the science question. We're going to be astronomers now. A little bit laggy. Hey, Almond Rhythm, you made it just in time. The comet's about to appear. Do you know what is in the element uranium that makes it glow under UV light? So, I'm not making fun of you, but the answer is uranium. It is a property of uranium that makes it glow under UV light. So, uranium is a base element, so it's a base atom. So, the only thing it's made out of is protons and neutrons and electrons. I was like, how do I say this without sounding like an asshole? So that's just a property that uranium has, along with a few other materials as well. Exactly why it has that property, I'd have to think about it a little bit more. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, radium also has that property. I think it just has to do with something with energy storage. It like has the ability to absorb and then re-emit energy, but it re-emits it more slowly than it absorbs it, so it can like store some of it for a while. I'd have to look at a periodic table to know how many valence electrons there are. Neon's different. Neon, you're putting the energy in and it's like immediately re-emitting it. I guess uranium also does that, right? Neon requires a lot more energy. The thing for neon, it's a different phenomenon. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but yeah, like a lot of gases can do that. So you can actually make other bulbs out of other noble gases as well. Also regular gases, like you can light up things like oxygen and whatnot. Oxygen is a little dangerous to do it with, though. But the fact that radium and uranium can do it. Radon is a gas. Radium and uranium can do it as a solid is very interesting. It's radioactive for separate but related reasons, I believe. So basically, it's absorbing the energy from the UV rays and just re-emitting it. So, God, I'm struggling to say it because I cannot remember the exact mechanisms for why that happens. But basically, yeah, what's happening is that the electrons on the atom are changing energy levels when the light goes into it. So basically, it's gaining energy, so the electrons are going up energy levels, and then the electrons drop back down energy levels, and it re-emits light as a result of that. Oxygen just tends to go boom, yes. That's why it's more dangerous to do it with oxygen. Technically, you could make a neon sign with oxygen with similar phenomena, I think, but it would be a lot more dangerous. The reason we do it with neon is, one, it's an easier element to do that with, and two, noble gases are extremely stable. So like any of the noble gases can be used to make like neon signs, I think. Just a lot of them are a lot more expensive than neon. I'd have to double check exactly if that's the case, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it with other noble gases. Beautiful night, isn't it? Got distracted by science. Brianna, you blinded me with science. Yes, there you go, Discount Lesbian, yes. That actually might have been where I saw it as well. Nile Red makes some really cool videos. You hear about the explosion in Louisiana last week? I don't know if I did, Breezy. I'm sorry to hear about that, though. I hope everyone's okay. Wait, was that the firework factory? It's always a firework factory, isn't it? That might have been somewhere else. Remember the first time we did this? It was a while ago. It actually literally was a while ago. I almost revealed my true feelings that night, but I was afraid you would reject me. Who knew we'd be married so soon after? Oh, it's time. Wow. Take a look. Beautiful, isn't it? It reminds me of chat. Because it's going down. Man, I am sassy today. Here for a fleeting moment on its infinite journey. So empty, so lonely. It makes me glad to live on this vibrant world with you. Wow, no, I didn't hear about that, Breezy. It is a very pretty cutscene. This is gonna be our last one before perfection, too. It's kind of a nice, nice thing. After seeing a comment, it's customary to make a wish. For us to grow old together. I think we will, Maru. I think we will. That's really sweet. I have the same wish. Who do you think we're all going to see on the summit? Hey, it's the robot. I don't think we saw that cutscene. At least I don't remember seeing it. With the robot blasting off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we missed that cutscene. Oh, that ended the day, too. What good timing. I wish I was perfect. If the game doesn't crash, today is the day. Oh, here we are. Full shipment done. It is raining. Does that screw things up? Uh-oh. What'd I do? I should have used a sun totem. I would have if I realized. I might have to reload an old save here. It should still have popped up in chat, right? That mineral, undonated mineral doesn't count against you. 100%. Does it not pop up in chat and expanded? Does the rain really screw it up? I guess it's not that big of a deal. We did finish. The rain doesn't stop you from getting perfection, does it? That feels so weird. Summit being open meshes with it. I'm sure that Expanded knows how to avoid that problem. Like, yeah, Breezy, that wasn't a problem. Yeah, I'll talk about it really quick. This is a mistake by one of the mods. It's a known bug for the mineral mod, but the museum is complete, which is what determines this. This is just a bug. It doesn't show up on here for some reason. Probably because it doesn't technically count as a thing. All right. Well, just in case we do get it here, we're going to stop our music and turn the music on for the game. Also zoom in twice. All right, let's find out. Boo! All right. Well, we did finish on Saturday the 6th. We're going to sleep one more day and see if it figures itself out. It's been open. That's part of Expanded. It opens up for Expanded. Rain ruined my challenge. There we go. The legacy of Mama Modded Farm is eternal. You feel the mountain summit calling to you. Yeah, I guess it just has to not be raining, which is really dumb. All right, we did finish it on the 6th, which is fine. We're gonna take our time walking to the summit, I think. Let's actually see, does this show up on here? I bet it does. Event lookup. Actually, it doesn't. 999 challenge is going good. We'll be back to it tomorrow. I might take a break tomorrow, but certainly the day after then. Okay, we zoomed in a little bit to avoid issues, although it shouldn't matter too much. All right, we got our music going. This is the in-game music. So I think we're good to go. Let's see. It's Victor. How unexpected. Of all of the choices, we got Victor. Hey, I'm under them. Ooh, man. Bad time for it to be laggy. Great view, huh? I was just thinking about the last 3 years. It's been 2 in like a week, Victor. Let's not round up to 3, shall we? We've been through a lot together, haven't we? Look how far we've come. I actually don't think he was my first husband. I can't remember exactly. Maybe he was. I remember the last time we were up here. We've both grown so much since then. Crazy how time flies. There's nowhere else I'd rather be than here with you in this moment. Thank you for coming into my life and making every day an adventure. Lime ties. There's Krobus and Dwarf. Dwarf roommate win. And wizard. And witch. And a lot more fairies than we got. I'm not even sure we got any. Sorry, I had to click off screen for a second to meet my ads. CA! Ooh. A little bit of lag. It's gonna show everybody, right? Here, I'm gonna move my mouse a little bit down here. Dusty! Okay, can I name everybody? Let's find out. Victor, Olivia, Andy, Susan, Sophia, Marlon, Morgan, Claire, Lance, Scarlett. Oh no! Oh no! Gunther, that's the easy one. I give up. There's too many characters. That's what I've decided. What are you doing? There's more. I know them too. I'm just freaking myself out for no reason. Here's expanded characters. Wow. A lot of people I forgot about. The song is a banger. White chicken, brown chicken, blue chicken, void chicken, gold chicken, duck, rabbit, dinosaur, merman, white cow, goat, sheep, fish. Why does it just randomly say fish down there? Pig, ostrich, camel. I do love this song so much. Goose. Duck should be next to goose. Change my mind. Oh, sorry about that. A little bit of lag spike there. Bear. All right. We're going to name all the fish. Are you ready, kids? Sardine, tuna, anchovy, pufferfish, rainbow trout, smallmouth bass, largemouth bass, bream, carp, perch, walleye, salmon, red mullet, sunfish, pike, catfish, red snapper, octopus, eel, herring, ghostfish, super cucumber, sea cucumber, squid, ice pip, angler, crimson fish, stonefish, mutant fish, glacier fish, legend, lava eel. Midnight carp, flounder, scorpion carp, sandfish, clam, oyster, crab, lobster, snail, mussel, cockle, shrimp, tiger trout, sturgeon, periwinkle, crayfish, dorado, chub, tilapia, bullhead, halibut, lingcod, shad, albacore, midnight squid, slimejack, void salmon, wood skip, lionfish, stingray, blobfish, spookfish, legend 2, miss angler, sun and crimson fish, blue discus, ladyfish, goby, glacierfish junior, radioactive carp, zebra, tilapia, Konoikoi, Senkakoi, Tankakoi, La Tui, Small Goblin Shark, Tuire or Aereo, Blinky, Piranha, Small Manta Ray, Saw Swordfish, Haddock, Tench, Arctic Char, Void Carp, Spiny Dogfish, Longfin, Ice Devil, Barracuda, Glassfish, Sea Snake, Electric Catfish, Water Snake, Telescope, Comet, Lionhead, Goldfish, Mimic Octopus, Flying Butterfly. Okay, we lost. There's so many. No JoJo services used. The timing on some of those is a little bit weird. That's why it said randomly fish in the bottom. Okay. You can see them all here. Also, the song ran out. More than 100. I believe there's like nearly 300 fish. There's nearly 100 fish in the base game. I think it's like 80 something. 81. We caught them all in 3 years. We were done with fish pretty early, actually, compared to everything else. Credit's gonna be longer than the whole challenge, honestly. Shrimp is bugs. What about a swamp crab? Is swamp crab bugs? I remember you, Gar. Sea Bunny Nudibranch. I haven't forgotten about you. Some of these sprites seem to be missing. We won't hold it against them too hard. Oh, it came back. Slimes, dust sprite, bats. I can probably get up through all these. Stone golem, wilderness golem, but iridiumer, grub, fly, shadow people. They're friends with me now. Ghost, carbon ghost, Dougie, rock crab, lava crab, iridium crab, squid kid, skeleton mage, metalhead, spiker, bug, it's shrimp, mummy, big slime, serpent, pepper rex. The music running out is a little unfortunate. Lava lurk, hothead, magma sprite, magma Dougie, magma sparker, false magma cap. Oh, I can do the music. That's right. Dwarvish Century, Putrid Ghost. Blue squid. Someone take it away from him. Where did my harmonica come from? I think I got it when I was like 4. Might be the little sneakers. It's been a long road. Ooh. You challenged yourself to reach the summit. What an accomplishment. Honestly, there was a lot to do here. We did it in the minimum amount of days. We've been watching every step of the way. And you've made us very proud. I'd rather they not crash. Thank you. My parrot and I. It's a great scene. All right. Okay. I think we have no other cutscenes today. So there's a few things I wanted to do before we call this challenge donezo, the main one I wanted to do is I want to make my fishing bar so big it's offensive. Think we can handle that? Where are my red cabbage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we need some mayo. We actually don't have mayo. Unexpected. Why precisely did I not make mayo? Seems like an oversight on my part. Maybe it's in here? Do I have it in here? I have 3. We'll take this mayo. That should be fine. Okay, so I think... What am I missing for a fish taco? This makes 6 fishing. I think the wizard thing also makes 6, doesn't it? No, that's only 3 fishing. The wizard's brew makes 6 fishing. There it is. Surely we made a taco at some point, right? Hey, y'all. See if you can spot the taco, chat. Emerald, congrats on being new to the stream. I've never seen you before. Okay, it seems like we probably already did that. We should probably also resume the music, huh? April, I've never seen you before. That's crazy. What is that bed? Hi, little ghost Wawa. This is... we have a few mods going on right now. But technically, this is the bed that Penny gifts you for her 14 heart event. Technically. What am I missing? I'm missing a tuna. Chat, how did I not remember the tuna? It's like the most important part of the fish taco. We just finished perfection a second ago. All right, that's enough. Okay, so these two combined give us a total fishing level of plus 12. Oh. Everybody gets in my way. This plus this. I actually don't know cork bobbers, I assume. Plus double cork bobber, I have to find one. There's one. That'll work fine. Okay, I would like master on my rod to get an extra level out of it. I'm not so sure... Yeah, we're gonna go to Desert Festival too. We'll sleep for that. We are gonna have ads here in a second. A wall of bed, yes. We're gonna say goodbye to wide bed. We're gonna try and make our fishing bar as long as possible first. So plus 6, plus 6. I need to check something. A little bit of testing, if you will. Okay, so it does overwrite the fishing. That's what I thought. All right, so we do need to actually use different buffs. Dish of the Sea actually gives quite a bit. Not as much as Fish Taco, though. Oh, but you know what might be different? We have the fishing elixir. I know I crafted it at some point. Where did I put that? I can make another one, probably. Consumables. Ah, here it is. Fishing elixir. I need a small manta ray. Well, I am in luck. Or I know where I can find a small manta ray. Okay, so if I'm understanding how this works correctly, +6, +12, +17, plus my level 20 fishing already. I already have a buff, but plus cork bobber, plus deluxe bait. And then we need to go to the desert festival to get our extra buffs. And ideally we get master on this. However, we actually don't have any cinder shards. Chat, is there anything you can deconstruct for cinder shards? The only thing cinder shards are used for is like the ostrich incubator, right? Which almost certainly is going to give hardwood. What are you even doing? Well, Midnight. We are going to make the largest fishing bar the world has ever seen. I'm going to assume it's actually going to get larger than the area that it can go in. But we'll see if that's the case or not. I'm keeping these portraits on me. This is my family. We'll deal with the smaller inventory. Dwarven thingy. I don't think that... Oh, I can disconnect rings to get some cinder shards back. I'm not going to be using these anymore. Sorry, guys. I'll be back in just a moment. Actually, I guess I'll be fine. Never mind. Not going anywhere. The problem is we can only do it once. So if we don't get master, we get kind of screwed. There's not enough room. I'm making a wide bed Discord emote. Do it. Okay, none of these are particularly useful here, unfortunately. Alright, I think we're gonna sleep and then try it, and if it doesn't work, we redo the day and sleep again. Seems like a good idea to me. Sprite editing as we speak. Wide bed will be with us forever. Jazza has assured this. Does the enchantment change? We're gonna find out, Raven. I'd like to restart my game anyways. Oh, I have the music on in-game. I should probably change that. How long was that happening for? Also, a better idea might be to, Yeah, you're probably right. It is a set order. Alright, we're gonna try it, and if we don't get it, whatever. Just roll it first time. Easy. Blade, why didn't I think of that? How are you doing today, Blade? Blade, we just got perfection with 100 mods. Where are my prismatics? There they are. Thanks, Blade. Your advice was invaluable there. All right, we are about to have the largest... What the heck? Oh my gosh! Hold on. Do we have to go see this? We're about to go see the largest fishing bar ever. Having said that, there is, in fact, a few cutscenes we should go see. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to see what this cutscene's all about. So I am allowing myself to warp time forward because all that means is that I'm like waiting. Hey, Sardine Frenzy. Oh yeah. Well, bye, Mom. Yes, I promise I'll write every week. And I'll call on you... Wait. I'll call you on Zap. Honest, what the heck is Zap? Of course, I'm gonna miss you, but you're gonna do great. You know, people love the songbird. My little champ's all grown up. Mom, take it easy on the cutesy talk, alright? We're in company. Almond Rhythm. Oh, I'm so pleased to see you before I leave. Thank you for everything you've done, for me, for Oliver, and for this town. You've all been so welcoming. It's been a pleasure getting to know you all. There really is nothing like country hospitality. You will look after him, won't you, Doctor? As if he were my own son. I've always wanted a brother. Oh. See, Mom, I'll be good. I'll be okay. It will. It'll be okay. It will. I can't read anymore. And it'll be good for us to spread our wings, right? Yes, of course, but oh, you'll understand one day, Oliver, when you have children of your own. Mom, you're being dramatic. Anyway, it's not like you'll never see me again. You and Dad will be back for the luau, right? And the Winter Star, too? Of course. And Jacob and Ellie and I will be at your concert. Definitely. I'll be there. Piers is trying to be involved. I shall miss all of you. Pam, angrily waiting. Very well. I suppose this is goodbye. Leah? Sorry I'm late. First Lady Josephine? I have something for you. A little piece of Pelican Town. I thought you might like to have it for your conservatory. What? That's funny. It's called Eggheads. It's certainly unique. Thanks. It's a bit of an experimental piece, but I'm rather proud on how it turned out. It's certainly quirky, yes. Very quirky. It's great. Thank you very much. I imagine it'll be quite the conversation piece. Well, I'd best be off. Goodbye, Mariluz. Keep up the good work. And thank you to all people of Pelican Town. Bye, Ma. Look after yourself. And Dad, too. See you soon. Look after yourself. Look after them as well, won't you, Ahmad Rhythm? All of them. You're the heart of this community, you know? I thought it was Leah with her egg sculpture. Is she not even going to take it? It's just going to sit there. Don't forget eggheads. Alright. Alright, it's said the premiere will be at 5 p.m. at the movie theater. Even though the cutscene's not there. I'm sure it'll be fine if I just wait for that. Whoops. Time forward to 5 p.m. Oh, if y'all are not following Blade, by the way, Blade needs no introduction. Blade is an amazing streamer here on Twitch and makes incredible YouTube videos. Make sure you go give him a follow. Alright, 5 p.m. Let's go. Oh, it didn't work. Was it tomorrow, maybe? Yeah, this is not the right one. Oh! I went to the wrong spot. That also works then. Claire's working. The actress in the movie is working at the movie theater. That's incredible. Oh, you made it. I'm so glad you're here. Next week is P Day. I know, Blade. I'm so excited. Sorry, ma'am. One moment, please. Of course, dear. I forgot his name. I haven't seen him in so long. Martin, that's it. Hey there, Claire. I'm so sorry you can't make the premiere, Martin. That's okay. I snuck in a peek while you were setting up the projectors. Claire, you did an amazing job. I think everybody's gonna love it. Can we go in yet? It's gonna start soon. I'm on rhythm. I'm so nervous. She'll hold my hand, right? You and my 20 other husbands and wives. I'll grab us something healthy. I just got jealous that Leah said that to my other husband. My other significant other. Woo! Shh! Down in front! Oh no, the parrot's gonna block the screen. Oh good, it covers over the parrot. The Thief of Justice. Zaza City. I think like it's like calling it New Donk City. A place of crime and corruption. But one woman has been stealing the secrets of the rich and powerful to protect the city. Claire Whitley is the Thief of Justice. When an increasing number of people change to become unresponsive to the outside stimuli, the thief is worried. Brains? Is it all coincidence, or are there more menacing powers at play here? Jajo Corp. Rumor leads to investigate the biggest company in town, Jajo Corporations. Under the cover of darkness, she sneaks into their head offices. She manages to avoid detection and uncovers a sinister plot. Jajo plans to brainwash people with the help of their new recipe for their popular soda production line. The change that has occurred in some citizens as Jajo's later experiment to perfect its formula. The thief steals the information. Leaking it to the public, it leads to Jajo's downfall. The city is safe once more. If only we could trust our media to do something. Aw, we kissed. I want to go see it again. That was incredible. Oh my goodness, that turned out even better than I thought. And seeing myself on screen, I've never felt anything like that before. I can't believe I did it. I really did it. Claire, you look so cool up there. She's really trying not to get sued. I feel like those comparisons were close enough that you could probably call that slander. Very well done, Claire. And you looked absolutely beautiful. You look great on the big screen. Your performance was breathtaking. You are in a polycule with like 40% of these people. They kind of have to say that to you. Legally requirement. It's parody, they'll let it slide. Alright, I think we sleep. I think we sleep all the way until the 15th. We sleep 1 week till we can't go fishing. Do do do. Do 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 do. Unfortunately, sleeping takes a while with modded. Yeah, it's Terraria music. Hey, Prayed Blood, welcome in. The bookseller's here. Should we go check? Supposedly there's new books. Yeah, let's go take a minute to go check. We're a little low on money. We can't buy the profession books. Should be a cut through here. I'm gonna guess the bookseller was here yesterday, but I didn't look at the prompt in time. Yes, okay. We have the 21st. Sam been talking. Hello. While we're sleeping for the fish, is there anything else you guys want to see me do in this modded file? Before we do our mod reviews? That's the Egg Festival come and gone. Run through every single spouse room all at once. Run through? I could do that right now. Question. Good point, though. I could do that. Let's do it. See if we get our extra speed boost. We did not. Here we go. Oops, guard's trying to block us. Good dodge. Oh. Oh my gosh. Actually blocked. Uh-oh. That's right. They don't all render. Alright, things we don't need. Alright, let's go. How many partners do you have? I have all their paintings. So 12 plus 10, 22. 2 of which are roommates. The other ones are partners. Literally all of them. Okay. It is shrimp. Cherry syrup. Dang. I don't know if we need this lag spike right now. We're almost done. Come on, we're so close. All right. My fishing level is 43. Has science gone too far? If you ask me, the answer is not far enough. Oh, it's not full! Chat is in the way of the bar. Oh, my bad. Let's scooch over here. So fast. Hopefully this doesn't run out. There, you guys can see. Yeah, I don't think we can get much better than that. We got an electric catfish. Ironically, Blade, that's actually one of the first things we had to do. Because one of our community center items, I don't even know if we can see our community center anymore, probably not, was a grass carp. And we needed 5 iridium grass carp to finish the CC. it was required, so I had to get it, and they only spawn in summer, so I had to get it by the end of summer in the year 1. And to get a Iridium Grass Carp before you have a Quality Bobber, I have to perfect catch them, and they are not easy to catch, not at all. So what I had to do was perfect catch it. Luckily, my Vanilla Professions perk, one of them, I don't remember which one, I can just explain it though, but basically how one of them works, well, that one's super nice as well. It lets you catch 4 fish with 1 challenge bobber. But basically how it works is that when you miss a fish, it will make your bar bigger. If you miss a fish 3 times in a row, it'll make your bar bigger, and it'll continue making it bigger each time you miss after that. Now, pressing E doesn't work. You have to actually fail to fish. So what I was doing was I was intentionally failing fishes until my bar was big enough that I could do it, and then hoping I got a grass carp on the line and perfect catching it with challenge bait, and I was able to do it in 2 and get all 5 I needed for the CC. It was actually really fun. Okay, this is gonna run out in a second here. Oh, fishing elixir is all day. Interesting. Yeah, 9 seconds. Maybe we can get one more out of it. That was early on in the challenge. Yep. This will be it. The Wizard's Blue is gonna run out. We got a perfect Scorpion Carp to end things off. Alright. We are not going to pursue that any further. We'll save on that day, so if we want to show it off again, we can. I'm going to post in Discord the thing real quick. So y'all can see it. Can we load? Man, this is being really laggy today. I guess we've had it live for quite a while. Bait and 2 pork bobbers. There we go. Hi, Kudar. Thank you so much. All right, here's what we're going to do. It is time. Wait, stream's lagging? I think we're good. We did finish, Mel. We're all done. We're going to be ranking the mods. Before we do that, though, I am going to close Stardew because it is being very rude. Ta-da! Look at this, everybody. Do you remember this? Okay. So, instead of doing tier listing, we're doing grades because I have identified 4 areas that all mods should have. And we are, in fact, going to go through all 4 of those areas and talk about them for each mod. But we're going to do that in a little bit. I figured now would be a good time to take a little break, even though we did just have ads a few minutes ago, unfortunately. Now would just be a good time, I think, to take a little break before we get started on this. The compatibility mods, no, will not be ranked. These are just the, these are just the mods for adding content to the game. Yeah, it wouldn't really make sense to rate compatibility mods, I don't feel like. Alright, but we'll talk about that when we get back. So we are going to go ahead and take a bit of a break, probably like 5 minutes or so, just to kind of realign myself, prepare myself, and then we will kick off our ranking. So I'll see you guys in a bit. BRB. How's everyone doing? Harmonica jump scare. First, do no harm. Second, do harm. All right. So how is everybody doing today? We're going to go ahead and go through all of the mods I've been using on my modded min-max challenge. I've got over 100 mods, although admittedly, a lot of those mods were framework mods slash like mods that are requirements for other mods. So as a result, we're only really going to be going through about, I mean, it's going to be the number down here, 49 minus 1, so 48 content mods that I currently have on this Stardew save. We just got perfection like minutes ago, so now I'm going to go through and rank all these mods in terms of a few different qualities. We're going to talk about those qualities really quickly here. So we're going to give a grade S, A, B, C, or F on the following subjects. Number 1 is content. So content is what the mod adds to the game and how it feels to play with it. I'll talk about double weighting in a second there. We're going to rank it on the Stardew-ness. So how well it fits into the game with Stardew, both in terms of gameplay style and the feeling of Stardew. I just realized I wrote both here. When both is not applicable to 3 subjects. Okay. Then we're going to talk about the polish, which is a little bit over here. So the polish is how well the experience of the mod doesn't take you out of the game, like how much it doesn't take you out of the game. And that applies to things like bugs, but how it also interacts with Stardew and the game itself. And then finally, the last subject is clarity. So this is something I don't feel like a lot of people talk about with mods, but I found it to be extremely important, especially doing a challenge with mods, is basically how readily available the information needed to experience the mod is, both for mechanics and how you access the content in the mod. Now, this is both, I rank this in terms of both information that's in the game, so things that the game tells you, and like through cutscenes or various information there, or also stuff you can find online. So some of these mods have wikis, some of them post information on their mod page, but like for a lot of them, I had to go look up some of that information in order to find stuff and figure certain things out. So this is all relating to that. Okay, now for each of these subjects, I've put them into these categories of S, A, B, C, and F. So for content, S is it adds really fun and interesting content. And then B is most of the content is positive toward the experience, meaning like the majority of the content like adds to the experience. B is that some of the content is positive, but most is probably kind of irrelevant, not really like super interesting or needed for the game. C is that I barely even noticed that the mod was there. There's going to be a few that are like that, where it's like, I did have the mod, but like I almost never used it. It didn't really seem like it added much to my experience. And then F in this case is actively subtracts for the game experience. Like I thought that this mod made my experience worse playing. Okay. Now the thing about content is I have double weighted it. So it says that down here. Basically, content is going to count twice as much as all the other categories, because I feel like it's the most important, right? When you're talking about a mod, you're essentially thinking about it in terms of, well, what is this going to add to my experience? So I think that's the most important part. And then these 3, you can kind of think about it in terms of weighting, is this counts as 2, and then the other 3 of these each count for 1, for a total score of 5. And then each of these letter grades is going to contribute to that. There's a little thing down here that explains it. If you want to read that, you can. But basically, I'm going to average these scores together to give an overall rating. Okay, then the second subject is Stardew-ness. So an S for Stardew-ness, it fits into Stardew very well. I'm not going to say perfectly, because I don't think any mod can perfectly fit into Stardew, although there is one that we'll talk about that comes pretty close. But it fits into Stardew very well, like you can't even really tell it's a mod. For an A, it mostly fits into the feeling and the style of Stardew. So like there's some parts that kind of take you out of it, but for the most part, it feels like a Stardew, part of the Stardew game. A B is like some mismatches to the feelings and style, so you can kind of start to feel a little bit like this is a mod. Like I'd say in this category, you'd like immediately be like, this is a mod, but it still feels like Stardew. And then for C, there's major mismatches to the feeling and style. It's like, this is Stardew, but this is a mod for Stardew. And it's like kind of noticeable that it's a mod, and it's also not really trying to mesh that hard with Stardew, but it does actually feel like it's part of the same game, whereas F is, it feels like it's from a different game. This just doesn't feel very Stardew-y at all, unfortunately. I didn't pre-rank any of these, so we're gonna learn about my opinions on this on the fly. All right, polish. For S ranking, that is extremely polished with almost no bugs. I think every mod I had at least one bug, so at least the ones that I used a lot. So for the most part, like almost no bugs is good enough for S for me. For A tier, only minor bugs and no bugs that actually like actively ruin anything. So like that pop up from one time to time, but it might just be like a cutscene that doesn't start properly or something along those lines, something that's fixable. It doesn't ruin the experience. For B, at least some bugs that are disruptive. So once in a while, there's like some kind of bug or something that takes me out of the experience. It's annoying to deal with. For C, bugs are numerous and annoying, so like constantly buggy. And then for F, it's like bugs are game breaking, like they're actively causing the game to crash, and like there's no way to get around them. Inescapable bugs, a terrifying thought. Truly. True love. Yeah, you've predicted something here, Chazza, and we will talk about that. All right. And then finally, the last subject is clarity. So a lot of people probably would consider this not that important, but I thought it was very important in terms of information. Stardew's base game has incredible amounts of clarity. Like if you need to know something about Stardew, there's a good way you could just look it up. There's forums, there's the wiki, there's everything is like available online. Whereas with the mods, it's a lot harder to do. Now there's a good number of mods that have added like stuff in game that you can look through that tell you information about the mod. There's mods that have things on their mod pages that let you like very meticulously comb through everything that got added. And then there's mods that kind of don't. They kind of hide their information and it makes it a lot harder to enjoy them. So this is kind of what that goes for. All right, so S tier clarity, information is easy to find in-game or out of game. A tier is information is available, but it's not always easy to find. B tier is that information is around, but rarely enough of it. So like you can mostly find everything you need, but there are some things that don't. C tier is that some information exists, but like usually only on forums. Meaning like I have to Google thing plus Reddit and read people talking about it to kind of understand it, or I have to join a Discord channel to ask questions to get answers, things along those lines. And then finally, F tier is basically no information exists. So like I can look up stuff about the mod, but there's not really anything out there that can help me with it. All right, and those are our categories. So we're gonna go ahead and rank our mods now. Okay, first one's kind of weird because it ends up being a mod I didn't use all that much, but also like if you are using this mod a lot, it works perfectly fine. So it's going to be a little hard to rank this immediately, but let's go ahead and give it a try here. All right, so this is the giant crops mod. So basically it adds like giant crops for every crop in the game. We ended up barely using this at all, and I will explain why now. Basically, what ended up happening was when I made my main farm, I had my sprinklers set up in a way where giant crops couldn't spawn, really. It's just kind of how it worked out. I used like the basic sprinklers, and then even when I got the larger sprinklers, like there wasn't really room for them to spawn, just kind of how it got laid out. So I didn't end up getting larger crops until I got to Ginger Island, and by then I was only planting starfruit anyways. So I ended up getting a lot of giant starfruit, which was fun, but that was about it. There's one thing I would like to say about this mod. I think there should be a, and I guess I shouldn't, I didn't check, so maybe there is, but I think a good idea for this mod would be to add a config option to make it so that the soil underneath the giant crop does not untill. I think that would make this mod a lot better, because one of the problems with giant crops in the base game is that the soil underneath it untills, you lose your fertilizer, and it's just kind of annoying. There might actually be a config for that, so that's something I'd probably have to check. In terms of content, for me, I feel like I should give this a C, just because I didn't use this at all. However, having said that, just because I didn't use it, it worked the way it was intended to work. So I think for content, I am going to give it an A. It does all the things it says on the tin. However, maybe you could add a few more options. In terms of Stardewness, I'm going to give this an S. Whoops. I believe this fits perfectly into Stardew. It's just adding something that already exists in the base game, just adding more options for that. Some of the art felt a little bit different from Stardew, but I wouldn't hold that against it. I think that's their own artist's interpretation of it. For polish, like I said, I didn't use this a lot, so it's kind of hard for me to know if there was any bugs or anything with it. But as far as I'm aware, there weren't any, so I'm going to have to give it an S for that. And then finally for clarity, looking up information about the mod. Again, I didn't really have to do that, but from what I remember from the mod page, like it shows all the crops you can get. There really isn't much more that you need to know, I suppose. So I guess that one's got to get an S as well. So overall grade, S. So I have this set up with a formula, which is very complicated, but the basic idea is it takes the average for all of these double counting content. All right, let's move on to number 2. So canon friendly dialogue expansion. Basically, as far as I know, I forgot I had downloaded this mod, which actually bodes well for the mod in this case, because it means that the dialogue that was added actually felt like it was part of the game, which is good. Now, in terms of the content that this added to the game, in terms of like adding stuff to a game, I feel as though this is a really cool idea. It's like adding a bunch of different things that people can talk about, or yeah. I would be worried to be making this myself, so I'm impressed that someone took on the opportunity for it. I feel like I'd be very worried about like messing up what ConcernedApe made, but I don't remember any dialogue that really stuck out to me as weird, so I'm going to go ahead and give this one an A as well. And for Stardewness, I'm trying to remember. Like, if nothing really stood out to me as being different. Wait, what do you mean you can't see, Raven? Oh. Right. The scores! Yeah, if nothing really stood out as being different, I can't really give it anything other than this. It felt Stardew-y. I don't remember any bugs related to it, or any time it took me out of the game, so I'm going to give that an S. And there was nothing I needed to look up, so S as well. So this is a very good mod as well. I got to remember to move over. All right, CCCCC, or it's CCCC. So it adds all bundles to the CC and requires all items to complete. So this didn't exactly work the way I thought it would, but I'm still happy that it didn't, because it wouldn't have made it impossible for me to complete the CC in year 1. But content-wise, it did do one of the things it was supposed to, which is that it added all of the bundles needed to be completed. So it gave me extra bundles to work on. C4, the energy drink. And I think it did that pretty well. I will say, though, that since it didn't work exactly as advertised, even though I'm glad it didn't in this case, I think I have to give it a B on that. I mean, B is still good. I think it does something that's really cool for the game, which is it gives you kind of like a harder mode to play with. In terms of Stardewness, I mean, all it did was it just added more bundles to the bundle screen, which you could just as easily see. I will say... No, that's not this mod. That's a different mod I'm thinking of. So honestly, I have to give that an S. In terms of polish, it had a problem, so I'm going to give that a B as well. In terms of clarity, I remember I looked stuff up for it. No, I looked up... This is for the other mod. I'm getting confused because we have another CC mod, and it's hard to differentiate them perfectly. So in terms of clarity, I can't really knock it down at all. So BSBA, we get an A in total. All right, so we have the 3 cornucopia mods. They are technically all different mods, although I imagine I'm going to rank them all the same. So I was worried that adding like a whole bunch of new stuff would be a problem. It turned out it was really fun, actually. So we're going to talk about each one. So the first one is the artisan machines. Actually, let's talk about all 3 at the same time. We can just do all 3 of these as we go down. So in terms of content for all 3, they actually add quite a lot. So the artisan machines adds a whole bunch of new artisan things that you can make. I will say that I really didn't use them for anything other than... I didn't use the artisan machines for anything other than perfection. I made the thing and I shipped it. I never like used them to make a love gift or used it to like make money really. They were just a little extra thing, and they came in really late. Now I was doing a challenge to finish the game in as few days as possible. So to be fair, like even though it came in a little bit late, it might not in everyone's playthrough. However, because of that, I think I do need to dock it down to a B. Just the reason being is they're just not very useful. So in terms of content, it's kind of fun to have them because it's like a little extra thing to do. There's another, it's a new special order board quest for each of them, which are, all of them are kind of cool. In terms of Stardewness, I'm going to give it an A. I think that the artisan machines feel like artisan machines that would actually be in the game. They do things that you'd kind of expect. I'm trying to remember, there was the wax barrel, which like lets you like encase things in wax or like make candles and things like that. There was the deluxe smoker, which lets you like smoke things like eggs. So you can get like a smoked egg, smoked nuts, things along those lines. There was a few more as well, but yeah. I think they mostly fit into Stardew, although maybe not perfectly. In terms of polish, so I think... Oh, this is actually for Stardewness. Yeah, the reason I'm giving it an A and not like an S, because I do think the idea of the artisan machines fit in perfectly. I think the actual like sprite art for them felt a little bit off from like Stardew's sprite art. Like it was pretty close, but it felt a little bit off. So I'm just going to dock it a point for that. In terms of polish, I don't think I ran into any bugs at all with the artisan machines. I think they worked exactly as advertised. So I'm going to go ahead and give that an S. And then in terms of clarity, I did run into a few issues while using Look Up Anything, which we'll get to later, just in terms of like how the machines worked. It wasn't exactly clear because a lot of the machines requires like 2 different items, and exactly how to do that wasn't super clear. It turned out to be pretty straightforward, but I think it could have been a little clearer. That might be a good way to put it as well, Diana. A little too complex. All right, next is Cornucopia More Crops. Oh, overall ranking for the artisan machines was an A. Cornucopia All Crops. Now, I expected to be annoyed by the large amount of crops, but I actually loved it. I think that gets an S. I really enjoyed the extra crops. They all felt fun. A lot of them felt unique. I liked buying crops from different people, so it wasn't just from Pierre and Joja. You could go to Marnie, get crops. You go to the dwarf and get crops. I think even maybe Krobus had a crop. I can't remember. But it was kind of fun to see the other ones. Some of them you had to find. Some of them were like seeds from different areas. It was kind of fun, you know? And it never felt overwhelming because I knew I never had to grow like a ton of them. I just had to grow, I think I grew like 10 of each crop just to make sure I had enough for any quests or stuff that would come up. So it was kind of fun to like try and plan out exactly how many crops I needed, how many I could fit in my field. Turned out pretty cool. Stardewness, I'm also going to give an A. Same reasoning. I just think that some of the crops didn't quite look Stardewy enough, might be the right way to put it. The sprite art was just a little too different, but most of it looked pretty close. So A for sure. In terms of polish, I think I gotta give an S here. Yeah, I'm gonna give an S here because I'm immediately gonna go ahead and give a C here. Turns out it gets an S overall anyways, but the reason I'm giving a C for clarity, oh, sorry, we're a little bit off screen there, scooch over, is because there was one thing in particular that conflicted with Expanded. They have a very similar item. It's like a Ferngill Prim something. I don't remember. It's like a mushroom looking thing. And I remember searching far and wide for information on this. On the Cornucopia Wiki, cross-referencing the Expanded Wiki. And it turned out the Cornucopia Wiki had the wrong picture Like they had changed the sprite art or something, and it really wasted my time. And I remember being really annoyed by that. So it's just the one thing. Maybe I should give it a B, actually. We'll give it a B for clarity. It was really just the one thing, but I remember it annoying me so much. All right, Cornucopia More Flowers. I'm going to give this content an A. Similar to the other one, like, it was good. Like, I had no problems with it. But honestly, I don't know if we needed that many flowers. It added a lot of flowers. My only complaint is maybe it was too many, but also that's kind of the point of Cornucopia, so I can't hold it against it too much. They do have a config where you can make all the flowers the same color, so it doesn't like completely flood your inventory. I chose not to turn that on, but like you could do that if you wanted to like make sure your inventory wasn't way too overstuffed. In terms of Stardewness, I'm gonna give it the same A. I might give it a B. No, I think it still deserves an A. Some of the sprite art, again, just not exactly matching up to Stardew's level of sprite art, which I understand. But that's why we have an A and an S tier, right? It's like S is like you and above and beyond, you really matched Concerned Date's art, whereas an A, it falls a little behind. In terms of polish, I'm going to go ahead and give it an S again. Like, I didn't run into any issues at all with it, so I can't really dock it for that. And then finally, in terms of clarity, I didn't have any issues with this one either. Let me try and think here, see if I ran into any problems. I don't think I did, so I'm going to give that one an S as well. Okay. All right. And I'm going to take a short break here because my dog just got home. So I will BRB everybody 1 second. Hey, Rainbow Berger. All right, we're back. I had to bring my dog in and feed him. Let's see here. Nope. Present, please. There we go. The way he said that. Wait, what did I say? All right, let's go ahead and continue. Better special orders. So this is actually a mod that I added very late into the game. I literally just added it. Actually, it would have been like 2 streams ago, so not very long ago. And the reason I added it is because it wasn't possible for me to finish all of the special orders in the time frame that made sense, because I had at least 4, maybe 5 mods that were adding special orders. So what better special orders allows you to do is it allows you to re-roll the quest board for the order you're looking for. You can set a config for how many times you want to re-roll. And the other thing it allows you to do, which isn't advertised on the mod page, because maybe it's unintentional, it might be a bug, is it allows you to take special orders more than once in a week. Basically, as soon as you complete one, you can re-roll the board again and take another one. That might not have been intentional, but I did use it. And I kind of wish it was intentional, because that's something I wanted to look, and I looked for a mod that would let me do that, and this is the only one I could find, which only allowed you to re-roll, but it also ended up allowing for that, so it was very convenient in that case. In terms of content, I honestly think this was a very useful mod that I was surprised there weren't more mods like it. I couldn't find anything that let you do more with the quest board. The one I was really looking for is I wanted one that let you take both quests, so you didn't have to choose. And I couldn't find a mod that did that. So this was the closest I could find. In terms of content that it adds to the game, I'm going to go ahead and give it an A. In terms of Stardew-ness, I mean, it's not really trying to be Stardew. The whole point of the mod is just to do something you aren't allowed to do in the game otherwise, I guess. But in terms of being able to re-roll the quest board, there are things in Stardew that let you re-roll, so I'm going to go ahead and give it an A in that as well. In terms of polish, it was buggy. It definitely didn't look like it was working the way it was supposed to when I messed around with it. However, it didn't break anything, so we're going to give it a B. B for buggy. And in terms of clarity, the mod didn't do exactly as it was advertised, but it worked for the most part. I'm going to give it a B for that as well. Okay, A overall. Content's the important one, remember? All right, the KMF Black Market. So basically this adds a Joja employee in the tunnel after you finish the CC that allows you to buy Joja items. Now, I thought this was a really cool idea, but actually the reason I got this mod was because it gives you the razor trout, access to a fish you normally can't get. And I thought that the razor trout was going to be required for my Stardew Valley Aquarium mod. It turns out that the razor trout was not required for that mod. They had already fixed that problem, which was not updated on their page, which we'll talk about when we get to that later. So I didn't actually need this mod at all, but it ended up being pretty fun because it gives you access to some Joja items from like Stardew Valley Expanded and some other things that I normally wouldn't have access to in my playthrough because I did a CC playthrough. So it was kind of cool for that. In terms of that, I'm going to give it an A for content. I think that's a really cool idea to just like have a little black market. The items were expensive. In terms of Stardew-ness, I am going to dock it a little bit here. I'm going to give it a B. I don't think the items were expensive enough, / I think there should have been slightly different ways of getting them. The fact it was just like a market, and it's like a market to just get around the restriction for things you would normally be able to get. I didn't like you could get auto petters. I feel like auto petters should have been fully restricted to the Joja playthrough, but I guess I understand why it was added. In terms of polish, honestly, probably an A. I didn't run into any major issues with it, but maybe it didn't look the best in terms of integrating into the game. And then in terms of clarity, I ran into no issues there, so we're going to give it an S for an overall ranking of A. We have not been too mean yet, but that's going to change right now. The geology mod. Okay, so the geology mod adds more minerals that you can get and turn into the museum. It also adds nodes to the game. Nodes to the mines that drop the minerals. Well, they're supposed to, at least. We'll talk about that in a second. And then it also adds weapons to the game as kind of like, because you get some more things to donate to the museum, it gives you some more rewards to the museum as well. Move the dock over a little bit more so we can see. Oh, I'm moving back and forth, Emerald, when we're going through it. I must have forgotten on the previous one. I'm sorry. But for the geology mod, let's go ahead and talk about that. First of all, in terms of content, I'm going to go ahead and give this one a B. I was kind of expecting it to add a little bit more to the game. Basically, all it does is it adds the extra minerals, and it adds like the nodes in the mines. And those extra weapons were kind of cool, but not all that interesting. Although there was one that I used because it was ridiculously strong very early on. In terms of Stardewness, I'm also going to give it a B. I feel as though some of the sprite art for the new minerals doesn't really fit with the rest of the game. The weapons sprite art definitely doesn't fit with the weapons for the rest of the game. It looks very different. The actual nodes themselves looked really good, though. I thought they actually felt like they fit in with the game pretty well. In terms of polish, I'm going to have to give it a C. One of the major components of the game was the nodes, and the nodes were just not working. If you hit them with your pickaxe, they didn't drop the mineral. Sometimes when you blew them up, and I emphasize here, sometimes when you blew them up, they dropped the mineral. But if you hit them with your pickaxe, they did not. I tried to figure out what was going on. I looked up the mod, and even the mod maker on the mod page said, I'm not fixing this. It's an issue with like something beyond my control. So I don't think it's going to get fixed, unfortunately. So I think I have to give it a C for polish. It didn't break the mod entirely, because I was still able to get things, so I don't think I can give it an F, but it's a pretty low C. In terms of clarity on how things worked, I'm also going to give it a B. I feel like it just lacked a little clarity on those things. Overall, it still gets a B. Honestly, I'd probably give it a C overall. So maybe my system here is a little flawed. It was less that the mod maker knew about the issue and didn't know how to fix it. He didn't know how to fix it. I should clarify that. It seemed like that was the case. I don't know. I read it pretty quickly. This was really close to the beginning of when I started playing, which was like several months ago now. It seemed like the mod maker, something got updated somewhere for the framework of some other mod, and that just made it basically impossible for the mod to work, I guess. But I'm rating the mods on their own, and since that part of the mod was not working, I have to give it a C, I think. Okay. Speaking of mods that were not perfectly working, although this one was quite fun. We have Nature in the Valley. So Nature in the Valley adds bugs to the game. Also, welcome in, Shiro Torihito. Hope I'm saying that right. Oh yeah, the artisan machines were good. So Nature in the Valley adds bugs to the game, and catchable bugs. And I have to say, in terms of what it promised, like an Animal Crossing style like bug catching game, I'm gonna go ahead and give it an A. It pretty much delivers on that promise pretty well. It feels like there's bugs sometimes flying around and you can catch them. Some of them are much rarer than others. It's very, we'll get to that part later on, but yeah, it actually does deliver on that quite a bit. Oh, I'd like to keep this at the top. Okay, spreadsheet friends. How do I keep this bar scrolling down with me? Hey, Borb. Freeze frame? Freeze it? Freeze OT? You're gonna have to be more specific than that, sorry. I don't remember how to do this. Freeze panes. I don't see anything that says freeze. If you search freeze frame in the search bar, there's a search bar? Click view. Oh. Aha! Thank you, Chrissy. I'm on Google Sheets right now. Nice. All right, perfect. This is what we wanted. All right, let's continue. Stardewness. We're talking about Nature in the Valley. Yep. So Stardewness, basically how Stardewness works is how well it fits into Stardew. I will say the sprite art for the bugs, I can't figure out how you would make bugs that fit into Stardew's art. At least the number of bugs that are in this, but these very clearly do not. It's like obvious when you see them. That's like, this does not feel like it belongs in the game. This feels like a mod. So I think I'm gonna have to give this a C, unfortunately. I wish I could do better, but like, yeah. And not to mention the area that you go to, although they did just update it while I was playing, but it's still the Insectatorium. While a cool idea, doesn't feel like it fits into the game very well either. I wish it felt a little better. Polish. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, the other thing to mention on Stardew's actually before we go on to polish. Everything in Stardew, one of the things I absolutely love about this game, everything in the game, you can kind of force to happen. Fishing is like kind of the only one that's not like that. But with these bugs, if you're unlucky, you're just sitting there waiting for it to happen for days and days and days. And that really upset me because it was just like, I wasn't having fun a lot of the time trying to finish out this mod. I really wanted to be having fun with it, but like those bugs were just so rare. And I found out later there's a config that can turn up the spawning. And even when I maxed out the spawning, the amount of bugs that can spawn, how quickly they spawn, I still took quite a while to find some of the rarer bugs. That darn gecko, exactly. Yeah, you can also make the bugs bigger, but then they're terrifying as well. All right, in terms of polish, I will say, like, for a mod about adding bugs to the game, it was not very buggy. I'm gonna give this an A. There was probably a few little issues here and there. I think I remember a few with some specific things, but I'm gonna give that an A. For clarity, I'm going to give it an A. I want to give it an S because it added an encyclopedia that tells you exactly how to get the bugs, and that was incredible. I loved that. Every mod should do this. It was incredible. Every single part of the encyclopedia tell you exactly when and where to find the bugs. That's exactly what I wanted to see. However, I'm going to give it an A. Ah, goodness me. What was it? I had something for this. Maybe I should give it an S. Is the encyclopedia could be a little clearer about some things. For instance, it said like trees on beaches, or like on beaches, wandering in beaches. It needed like an encyclopedia to explain what each of the words meant. And also I needed a way to tell what was a beach and what wasn't. It was not clear to me sometimes what was a beach and what wasn't. Like if I'm on Ginger Island West and I'm looking at the trees over there, like, are those trees on beaches? Technically the trees are not on the beach, but it's near the beach. You know, it's like, it just wasn't exactly clear enough. But it was pretty close. So overall, it gets an A, which I'm glad to see because I think it did deserve it, even with some of the issues that it had. I did have quite a bit of fun with it. I have to respond to this real quick. 1 second. There we go. Sneeches on beaches. I get the appeal for things like the living hat, but don't make those things required. Yeah, I guess they're not technically required either. It was kind of my own thing. It's not like it's required for perfection. But like, if I'm finishing the game, I want to finish everything, right? All right, speaking of things that take a while to finish, we've got our More New Fish mod. Yes. And as you can see from the art there, you might have an opinion on how I'm going to feel about its Stardewness. But let's start at the beginning here. So More New Fish adds more new fish to the game. And I am very impressed by the amount of fish that they have added to the game. I think it's on the order of like 200 new fish. Maybe it's like more like 150 new fish. Because a few of the other mods added fish as well. But we're talking about so many fish. So many fish. It also added a few other things that I kind of wish it didn't. So let's go ahead and do some ranking. In terms of content, I'm going to give it an A. Actually, should I? I'm going to give it a B. It already feels mean. I really like that More New Fish added a bunch of stuff to the game. I really like the fish. Unfortunately, I think that adding a bunch of crops to the game and adding a bunch of fish to the game feels significantly different to the balance of the game. Adding a bunch of crops to the game like Cornucopia did felt fine. Like, it didn't feel like it caused any issues or anything like that. Adding a bunch of fish to the game makes it very hard to catch the fish you're trying to catch. Because if there are 50 different fish you can catch in the ocean, then, like, depending on the odds and everything, like, at minimum, you're looking at a 1 in 50 chance to catch that fish, right? For at least one of the fish there. Which is ridiculous, right? And you can't get targeted bait until you catch the fish for the first time. So what ended up happening with a lot of the fish there is I would go fishing in an area, I would get 90% of the fish there, and then the last few would just be really annoying for some reason, right? So I think what More New Fish probably should focus on adding is adding some way to, like, lessen the amount of fish or raise the chance in an area of catching a fish you're looking for without having to catch that fish first. Because I think that's probably just a good idea. All right, in terms of Stardewness, I have to give it a C. The sprite art, it's good looking, but it doesn't feel like Stardew. Like, it's significantly noticeable. I can tell immediately, looking at the fish that are in my inventory, which ones are from More New Fish and which ones are from vanilla and which ones are from, like, expanded. Like, you can tell the sprite art for this stands out. I don't think it looks bad. It's just, it doesn't feel like it fits with the rest of the game super well. In terms of polish, I'm going to give it a B. Hate to do that, because it's just lacking in a few important areas. Actually, you know what? It gets an A. I'm sorry. I should be a little nicer on this. It's not really all that buggy. It's more fishy, am I right? But I think the main thing I'd pointed out is, like, it doesn't feel like it's finished. I was looking at the mod page for it. They're, like, talking about all these things they want to add, but none of them feel like they're added, and I don't know if any of them are ever going to be added. But, like, I feel like it already has enough on its own, and the things that it's adding to it don't feel like they fit with the theme, right? When I download a mod called More New Fish, I'm expecting there just to be more fish, right? And this adds, like, a few other little things, like a few quests and, like, 2 crafting recipes that you have to wait until year 2 and 3 to get. So I don't know. I feel like it's just not as cohesive as it needs to be. All right, in terms of clarity, I'm gonna give it a B. I will say that on the mod page, you can find all images with all the fishes and all the times and all the locations, but I don't know why they're images. Like, as far as I can tell, there's no... You know what? I'm gonna give it a C, actually. Sorry, game. Okay, it didn't lower the overall grade, at least. I think that maybe they needed to make it into a spreadsheet or something to make it a little easier to find, because I have to go to the mod page every time I want to figure out where a fish is. I will say the look up anything makes it a lot better, but it's still not perfect. Like, some of the stuff on the look up anything doesn't match what's on the website. So without look up anything, you'd be, like, really screwed, I feel like. But it is helpful that look up anything does work with that. The other thing that isn't mentioned on the mod page or anywhere, because I searched for literally over 2 hours in total, I think, is about the new crafting recipes that this adds. It adds a warrior elixir and a fishing elixir. It says on the mod page that they're added in quests that are added to the game, and then it says that they added quests that appear in year 2, in year 3, and in year 4. But it doesn't say how to trigger those quests. It doesn't say which ones give you the crafting recipes. It kind of doesn't say anything else about those quests at all. And they're required for perfection. So I'm here trying to finish perfection in 2 years. Like, how do I get these quests? Like, where are they? What do I do with them? Knowing I need to craft those items. It turns out that on the first day of the 3rd year, it does give you one of the quests, and the other one comes up in fall year 2. But I didn't know that until I played. So I ended up giving myself the last recipe I needed just before I ticked over to the next year. And it turned out it did give me that quest, but I don't know. It just felt a little odd to me. All right, so More New Fish gets a B overall, and I feel like that's kind of what it deserves. I think it's good. Like, it's fine. I think my B ranking was fine. All right. Oh, no. All right, Adventures Guild expanded for 1.6. Get your true loves in chat. Okay. Okay, this is not the right one. Adventures Guild Expanded. Okay. So, Adventures Guild Expanded kind of adds another new quest line for the Adventures Guild. It is not what I was expecting the mod to be at all. I was expecting it to be like, oh, it like adds new quests. I was expecting like a special orders board for the Adventures Guild where you go out and do like Slayer quests or like grab specific item quests or things like that. No, it adds 2 new NPCs, Zinnia and Gabriel, and both of them are lacking, for lack of a better term. We're just talking about the mod right now. I shouldn't go into how I feel about it yet. It adds like a storyline for both of them. They're related to Marlin, I think, like cousins, or they're like the nieces of Marlin, I think, like that. And they both have very significant mommy issues. Anyways, let's skip ranking to Adventures Guild Expanded for 1.6. Content, I'm gonna give it a C. Arguably, I'm being generous. Jazza, please. It's so fitting. Okay. The content for the game is not complete. It's very much lacking in terms of like stuff to do. Like you get your initial kind of quest for slimes for Gabriel, where you're trapping slimes and things, and then you become immune to slimes, and that's kind of about it. And it's kind of confusing how you get to those points. And it's a lot of cutscenes talking about it. The most interesting content, and I think most of the reason why people add this mod, is because of Gabriel and Zinnia, mostly Zinnia, from what I've seen people talking about online, who are both marriage candidates. I have the poly mod, which we'll talk about later. So I married both of them, and I saw all their cutscenes. And honestly, their cutscenes are long, kind of generally not all that good, and also quite a bit buggy, as True Love gets spammed in chat here. I mean, I might as well talk about it now. When I was in Zinnia's, I assume it was 10 heart cutscene, maybe it was 14 heart cutscene. Basically, she was confessing to me. She was like, Almod Rhythm, I have there's something I've always wanted to say to you. And then it immediately goes, generic's a good word for it. The next thing is missing text, 828 translation error, 8280011.87, which is now why we have a command in our chat for True Love that spams that. All right, Stardewness, I'm gonna give it a C again. To its credit, it parts of it do feel like it's kind of Stardewy, but the vast majority of it does not. It does not feel like it's from a completely different game. It does integrate itself somewhat into the Stardew Valley, but it is lacking significantly other ways. Polish, I'm gonna have to give it an F. Not only was it buggy, it also had some game-breaking bugs. It's not finished, nor I don't think is it ever going to be finished based on what I read on the mod page. And it's... yeah. It's just not very polished. Like, in terms of a word polish, it's just not very polished at all. Clarity, I'm gonna give it a C. Hey, it didn't get an F overall. Good for it. Maybe it should get an F overall. I think it does deserve an F for content, actually. I am gonna change that. C for clarity. Information was available on it, but it was sparse and only available like on forums that I had to Google. A lot of people talking about how to marry Zinnia, I'll tell you that much. How to get Zinnia's flower from marrying her. Apparently, if you don't marry Zinnia, you don't get the flower until the first day of year 3. I did end up marrying everybody, so I didn't have to see that, but yeah. It was just very confusing exactly where everything comes from, and yeah. I'll give it a C for clarity because there was some information available, but it was very hard to find. Okay, and that's our first and possibly only F on the board here. I would not recommend Adventures Guild Expanded. All right, archaeology skill. I'm going to give this one... oh, well, let's talk about what it is first before we go everywhere here. Oh, wait, I missed one. Anything, anywhere, first of all. So for what this mod does, it's pretty much perfect, right? It allows you to kind of just build things anywhere. I didn't really end up using it all that much, I feel like. It turns out, like, even though you can build stuff everywhere, you don't always need to or want to. It's a little hard for me to tell exactly, but in terms of what it does, like, it does everything, right? So I'm gonna give it an A for that. It does exactly what it says to do. It basically allows you to place buildings, farming, and furniture in anything, anywhere you want to. If you're a decorator, which I really wasn't in this playthrough especially, I imagine that would be a lot better. In terms of Stardewness, I'm gonna give it a B. I think that things are restricted for particular reasons, so that's kind of why that they're there in the first place. So it doesn't super well fit into the game, but I guess that's kind of not the reason it's there. This is an unfortunate category here, but that's just what we have. All right, and then Polish, I'm going to give this one an A as well. I mean, it feels fine. I didn't run into any issues or bugs with it that I can remember for sure. It is possible there were some bugs with it. In terms of clarity, I'm going to give it an A as well. It did the thing it was supposed to do. I didn't really have to look up much about it at all. All right, so that's an A overall for anything everywhere. Archaeology skill. So this adds another skill to the game that you can level up. Basically, it allows you to get more things out of dig spots as you level it up, as well as panning. In addition to that, it gives you some new craftable items. You can basically make artifacts worth more by preserving them and by putting them into particular, like, boxes. I don't know, display cases. That's what I'm looking for. I didn't end up using that side of the mod all too much, although it would be kind of it would have been kind of fun thing to do to make some money. I was already making so much money from other things though that I didn't really need to. But I will say, like, the money you make from printing up the artifacts was actually relevant. So I'm going to give this content a B. I think that I just didn't end up using it all that much. I think by the end, I just leveled it up to 10 and then kind of forgot about it. So that's kind of why it doesn't get a little higher of a content score. But I think it's probably fine for what it is, but a fine kind of only gets you a B, I think. In terms of Stardewness, I am going to give it an A. I will say the sprite art didn't, like, super feel out of place. It kind of felt like it was in the game. There was a few different machines you could make, and by placing them down, they looked like they belonged with the machines that were also down. Like, the art for it felt like it fit in pretty well. I do like the idea of turning artifacts into something that's more expensive that you can sell, because you get extra artifacts at the end of the game. I think that's a very Stardew idea. The only thing is that the machines worked a little bit weirdly. So I think I have to dock it a little bit for that. But A is still, I think, about good for that. In terms of polish, I didn't run into any issues. I will say, like I said, the machines maybe have, like, a less than intuitive recipes now and then, so we'll give it an A for that. In terms of clarity, though, everything that I could imagine I found immediately upon looking up, so I'm going to give it an S for that. All the information was there. It worked perfectly with look up anything. Didn't run into any issues there. I will say there are some there was a fence and a brazier made out of glass shards that were really annoying. I kind of liked it though, because it kind of forced me to get some more glass shards, because it was required that I crafted them for perfection. But the glass brazier required 10 pieces of glass shards, which was kind of annoying to get. But the archaeology skill kind of fits with that, right? It's kind of something you have to go out of your way to get. All right, better crafting UI. I quite like this. It makes the UI better. It allows you to, like, make your own crafting categories. It separates them into categories as well. The one thing I didn't like about this, and I'm going to go through the rankings on this pretty quick. The only thing I really didn't like about this was that there was no option to go back to the default, which kind of surprised me. Maybe I just couldn't find it, but I swear I looked, and I could not find any option to go back to the default. Sometimes I just wanted to look through, like, all of the crafting recipes really quick. But one of the things this did really well, and I kind of wish it had this by default, there's an option you can make your own category, and you can, one of the things that you can pick is things you haven't crafted yet, which is perfect for perfection, because it just puts all the items you still need to craft into that slot. Overall, I'm going to give this content maybe an S. I really like this idea. I think it's really, really good idea. Just like having a bunch of more interesting UI features for the game. In terms of Stardewness, I'm going to give it an A. I feel like it fits mostly with the game on the outset, but it does kind of do a lot more things than most other things in the game do, so it kind of kind of brushes against the game a little bit in that regard. It feels a little different from everything else, you know? Kind of stands out. In terms of polish, I'm going to give it an A as well. Whoops, that is not an A. And the reason being is that I feel as though, for the reason I mentioned earlier, I feel like they should just have an option to like show all crafting recipes as well, and I'm kind of surprised they don't. In terms of clarity, I had no issue looking stuff up for that. So overall, it gets an S. Very nice. Better ranching. This is a mod that many people are aware of. This is very common to get added to like the vanilla plus games, if you're doing like light modding. And I think it's really well done. It adds like indicators for when animals are ready to be petted or collected from. And that's kind of all it does, I think. Which is kind of funny, right? I think Expanded also has this in it. Oops. Speaking of which, did I just turn off my link for Expanded? It's kind of funny that Expanded just appeared there for a second. Stardew Valley Expanded. Oh, I thought I pressed that button. We're good. All right, anyways, better ranching. I think Expanded has their own, which I had to turn off because it conflicted. But that's totally fine. So in terms of content, S. In terms of Stardewness, S. It fits in the game like it should be there. Honestly, I'm surprised CA didn't add it in 1.6. In terms of polish, S. Looked perfect. No bugs, no issues with it. It did conflict with Expanded a little bit. You know what? I'll give it an A because of the confliction with Expanded. But it was just a quick config to change it. In terms of clarity, there was not really much to worry about, so S there as well. Another S tier mod. All right, bigger backpack. Okay, so the bigger backpack adds a backpack. And for modded games, this is basically necessary. Hey, Lord Ventari. We are currently going through and ranking all of the mods for my last playthrough. This is basically required for a modded playthrough because it adds so many items that you can pick up, right? So in terms of content, I'm gonna give this an S. I feel like this probably belongs in the vanilla game, honestly, but I'd probably put it in a different place in the vanilla game. In terms of Stardewness, yeah, like belongs in the vanilla game. I am gonna give it an A because I don't think you should buy this from Pierre. I think there should be a fourth backpack upgrade, but you should need to get it in some other way, maybe. In terms of polish, I'm gonna give this an I'm gonna give it an A just because I think there could be some more config options. The only option in the config was to change the price of it, and the default price was fine, but I feel like there could be a little bit more to that. Also, I'm actually gonna give it a B for polish because I just remembered some things. One of the issues that cropped up a lot is a lot of the stuff in the game only expects you to only have 3 inventory bars. So when you run into one of those things, it just will ignore your 4th inventory bar, and it gets really confused about that. So sometimes you have to back out of the menu and then move where stuff is in your inventory and then re-enter the menu to be able to like submit it. So I'm going to give it a B for polish because of that. In terms of clarity, I'm going to give it an A. I do recall some specific instance of having an issue looking something up about it. I'm trying to remember exactly. I think it was with the config options. But anyways, not S, A. All right, it gets an S overall though. I think it's fine having an S. I agree, Borb. What do you think about Blade's Maximum Perfection run later today? Later today? He's doing it on September 1st, isn't he? Might have missed something. Are you sharing this ranking later? Yes, I will post this. In fact, I already shared it on Discord, but in the subs channel. But I can share it somewhere else once it's all done. Yeah, it does, Lil Ghost Wawa. I think it would go really well in there. Hi, you're cute. Welcome in, Lee Chat. How are you doing today? And Brittany, it's good to see you as well. If y'all don't know Lee Chaton, Lee Chat is a wonderful streamer here on Twitch. We're just going through and ranking all the mods from our last modded playthrough, which we just finished today as well. Okay, speaking of which, we have Buttons Extra Books, which I believe was recommended by Salamance in his mod review video. Oops. So Button's extra books add some extra books. We didn't actually get to all of them because some of them appear in year 3. But I will say, of the ones I saw, they were pretty interesting. I quite liked them. In terms of content added to the game, I'm going to give that an S. I feel like adding more books is a really genius idea, and honestly, I'm surprised. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised there's a mod for it. It feels really good. I'm going to give this an A. Some of the book powers just felt a little bit off. Some of the book art is also a little bit off, but honestly, it fits mostly into the game pretty well. In terms of polish, I didn't experience any bugs with it. I will say, not knowing how to get some of the books felt a little bit weird, so I'm gonna give it an A for polish. I just wish there was some way. I wish you could like use look up anything. That's actually where I'm gonna give a B for. Clarity. I wish you could use look up anything to like see where you get the books from, because it's not on there. I know that's tough to do, and I couldn't. It was probably on the website though. I don't even think I looked it up. You know what? I'm gonna go back to an A for clarity. It's an S anyways, but all right. Okay. Challenging community center bundles. I loved this. This was so interesting. And there's so much modulability with this. Because it's like, do you have cornucopia? Do you have expanded? We can add those items into here. I thought this was so much fun. And I'm probably going to use this mod again in a later challenge. I had such a good time with the challenging community center bundles. It's very well done. Very cool. S idea. Happy with that for the content. In terms of Stardewness, I am going to have to give it an A. The only reason being is that obviously it doesn't fit like it's in Stardew because they added a bunch more of the items that you require. It doesn't really match the exact feeling of the community center, but it was very nice. Yeah. In terms of polish, S. I had no issues at all with bugs or anything. You know what? I'm going to have to give this an A. There was one issue that cropped up. For a few of the items, it was just like unreasonable to get them. Like a few of them were locked behind like candles, I remember was one of the items. And it's like that was locked behind a special order that you can't get until year 2, fall year 2. So like very, very, very late. Now there was other options, so you weren't like stuck only getting that. But it felt weird that that was there in the first place. And then there was the grass carp. I had to catch the grass carp. I had to catch 5 iridium grass carp to finish the CC in year 1. Grass carp only spawn in the summer in the secret woods, which was fine. I can get there. But they had to be iridium, which means I had to perfect catch them. And unlike all the other, so this was for the quality fish bundle, almost all of the fish on there made sense because it was like, oh, they're iridium, so I have to perfect catch them. But they're not that hard to catch. It was like carp, chub. Some of them were a little harder, I think. But like they were very possible to catch by summer year 1. The grass carp was not. Luckily, I had a perk from Vanilla Plus Professions, which we'll get to later, which made it a little easier to catch them perfect, but it was just really annoying to get the 5 perfect of them. I had to like really hard plan for it, which maybe isn't the worst thing in the world, but... And I'm going to give it an S for clarity. They really went above and beyond. There is like a GitHub page that has all of the information about all the bundles that you can get, and exactly the things that it gives you. One thing I will mention here, I don't know where to put this exactly. I didn't really love the rewards that it gave you for the different bundles. It felt a little weird. Like some of them were just kind of abstract. None of the, some of them felt worse than the ones you got in vanilla, which felt weird after doing a harder bundle. I didn't expect the rewards to be better, but I didn't expect them to be worse. So I think actually because of that, I think I'm going to actually knock down this content 1. I talked myself through it. It turns out that even with that, though, we still end up with an S overall. So congratulations, challenging community center bundles. You get the S tier. All right, convenient inventory. Oh my gosh. CA, this is my plea to you. When 1.7 comes out, you need to add the quick stack to nearby chests. You need to add that button. I can't even remember what else this mod does. It does some other things. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're cute. The quick stack to nearby chest button is the greatest invention by humankind. And it deserves to be in the game completely. SSSSS. Oh, I do not love the Chess Anywhere mod Shadow Games. I did not use it, so we will not be ranking it in here. But if I were to rank it, the Stardewness would get an F. I guess the content would be fine. Cooking skill redux. Okay, so this adds a cooking skill, kind of like the archaeology skill. I'm going to give this a B for content. In terms of the stuff it adds, it's kind of cool. There's a few nice little new recipes. Thank you, Chad. I'm gonna give it a B for content. The main reason is some of the things don't work in the best way. I don't think. I think they don't do things the best. The biggest thing I think is the problem is that as you level up your cooking, the cooked items you get give more and more energy and more health, but that means they don't stack with the previously cooked items. So I'm sitting here leveling up my cooking, and I've got like 40 stacks of various things. All the same item, but like 40 different stacks. I don't know the best way to do it. I really don't. But I don't think that's it. I also don't think a lot of the perks that you get for leveling up are all that interesting. There's like a clearly best option in every category, I feel like. So I think content's going to get a B. In terms of Stardewness, I'm going to give it an A. The dishes actually look like they're Stardew dishes. Like the art for it looks good. There are also like buffs that kind of make sense and are really quite good. In terms of a cooking skill, like I'm not opposed to that idea in Stardew. I don't think this is necessarily the best implementation, but I think they did a pretty good job with fitting it into what it would feel like to have a cooking skill in Stardew. In terms of polish, there were a few minor issues. I'm going to go ahead and give it a B. I'm going to give it a... Oops. Can't do things. A B. It was right on the edge between A and B, but I am going to give it a B. I think I did run into a few problems with it. One of the issues being the stacking stuff. I feel as though that kind of is a polish issue, because it kind of takes you out of the enjoying the mod. Also, like, getting all 4 qualities of dishes, it just felt unnecessary in some ways. All right, in terms of clarity, I did have to look a few things up, and it wasn't all perfect finding it all, but it was mostly available online, so I'm going to go ahead and give that an A. All right, Distance Lands Swamp Overhaul. In terms of content added to the game, basically this updates the... updates the witches area to look very different. I like how it looks a lot, but it looks very different than it did before. And it kind of adds a new NPC, although Expanded adds the same NPC, but it works well with Expanded to add this NPC and keep both the Expanded and the stuff added from this mod together. So you get both of them, and it works perfectly fine. It just combines the NPC into one NPC, which is the henchman. In the Distance Lands one is called Zik. But yep, it combines into the same NPC, has hard events, works pretty well. I'm gonna give the content a B overall. It adds a few new fish. In combination with the more fish mod, it was actually kind of a problem, because it added fish to that area, but then so did Stardew Valley Expanded, and then I think so did more fish. So that small Witch's Swamp area had like 14 to 15 different fish. Some of which were very rare, which ended up being very annoying to catch them. But I think the biggest problem with the content is it added a few quests, and I'm pretty sure this was this mod. And some of them were very... I don't know, there were like obvious spelling errors and grammatical errors in some of it. It's weird, it's like 2 different parts of the mod were made by 2 different people, because like the Zik cutscenes were all fine. But the stuff with the wizard just felt like super out of place and weird. Okay. In terms of Stardewness, I'm going to give it a B as well. I honestly should probably... Yeah, I'm going to give it a C. Sorry. I really think that the areas added by this game look beautiful. I don't think they look very Stardew-y, though. Like, it's very noticeable when you enter. It's like, this is a mod. Like, this does not look like Stardew. Some of the fish look pretty different as well. Although, honestly, the fish aren't too bad. I'd give that a pass for the most part. The sprite art looks mostly fine. The crops look a little weird. It adds 2 crops as well. But yeah, I think the biggest problem is like the actual look, which looks very pretty. If you have other visual mods, I bet it would look fine. But since I don't have any other visual mods, it very much stands out as extremely different. In terms of polish, I'm going to give it a B. I feel like I like this mod more than this. The reason is, yeah, you know, I'll give it an A for polish. I think it maybe does deserve that A. There were some issues, I think, but nothing was, like, buggy. Like, it all worked for the most part. I think the reason I should give it an A for polish is because it works so flawlessly with Expanded. Expanded also changes the Witch's Swamp area quite dramatically, and this, like, works with Expanded to, like, actually make it work. Like, it's not suddenly very strange or weird. It's pretty easy to figure out what's going on. There's supposed to be, like, this big maze with Expanded, and it still allows you to access that and go in there pretty easily without causing any problems. It combines the henchman and Zik into the same character and still allows you to do all the expanded stuff with it without getting in the way. Perfectly fine. Yeah, I think they did a really good job with that. In terms of clarity, I did run into some issues with this, so I'm going to have to give it a B, I think. Which ends up with a B overall, which is fine. B is fine. I think the issues I ran into with clarity were finding information about the quests you need to do. It was pretty hard to find information on that. I was able to eventually find it, but it did take a lot of effort. It wasn't clear, like, how I get some of the items I need for perfection. Like, some of the quests are, like, not super obvious either. It all ended up mostly being Zik friendship, but it wasn't immediately obvious that was going to be the case. I spent a while trying to grab, like, these fruits on the islands in the Witch's Swamp. Like, can I just get this right now? And it just wouldn't let me. I'm like, I think that's the thing I'm supposed to have. And it's visually, yes, but you don't actually get it until later. And that wasn't very clear to me. All right, Escarp. Ooh, we got lots to talk about with Escarp. So Escarp is one of the really big mods that I added with this playthrough. And I found out after I added it and started my playthrough that there's a lot of mini mods that kind of, like, coalesce with Escarp. I did add one of those, which is Sword and Sorcery, which we'll talk about later. But there's, like, dozens of mods that kind of work within Escarp and, like, add new NPCs and everything like that. And I didn't really add any other ones of those. So it's just Escarp and Sword and Sorcery. So we're going to just go with Escarp base by itself here. And in terms of content, I'm going to give it an A. I feel like it adds a lot of interesting stuff. I quite liked the NPCs that it adds. I think they are actually very interesting. Some of them do stand out as a little bit different. There's a lot of swearing in this mod, where I feel like the base game has almost no swearing at all. Some of that was Sword and Sorcery, which is kind of hard to separate, because they do work together pretty closely. But I do feel like there was quite a bit of swearing just in this mod itself. But yeah, let's talk about that with Stardewness, and I'm going to have to give that a C. The sprite art especially, for some of the characters, it looks perfectly fine. Like Jacob, Ellie, Rosa, they all feel like they belong in the game. Rosa looks a little bit different. Beatrice looks like they belong in the game. But then there's, like, Vivian. Vivian's sprite art does not look like it belongs to, like, Stardew. Aideen. Something's going on with Aideen's head. I thought she was, like, a vampire at first. I don't know what's going on with that, but the sprite art doesn't, like, super fit out. And then there's the aforementioned curse words that just kind of feel like out of place and whatnot. Also, a lot of the cutscenes in the game just feel a little bit out of place in terms of a Stardew game. I quite liked a lot of them, though. Like, in terms of the content it added, I enjoyed it, but I can't 100% say it was, like, super Stardew-y. In terms of polish, I'm going to give it a B. I think that there's a lot of unfinished areas, and I know a lot of them are connected to mods that I didn't download, but it feels weird that they're there then. Like, there are, like, 7 or 8 areas that get added from this that I didn't have to go to at all during Perfection, I feel like. And, like, some of them I had to visit, like, once for, like, 4 seconds. There was, like the Mines Entrance, I think it was called, Mines Entrance or something like that, which was north of the Cherry Orchard. I saw one cutscene there, I think, and that was it. I think I had to fish one fish there. Abandoned Mine Entrance, I think it was called. It just felt odd. Like, why is it there? What is it doing? The Underscarp area, like, I felt like I never utilized most of that. Again, I think that was connecting to mods I didn't download, but then it just feels weird that it's all there. Oh, I didn't even talk about Lexi. Lexi alone might be the reason this content is an A and not a B. Lexi was a great NPC. Felt very Stardew-y. I guess the word of the day for eScarp would be inconsistency. Some of the stuff felt like it really fit. Some of it felt like really out of place. In terms of clarity, it was actually quite hard to find some of the stuff. So I'm going to give it a B on that as well. Which overall ends up with an A. I guess that's kind of why I double weight content. Because I feel as though that's what really matters here. Like, I'm downloading the mod because I want the stuff that it gives. And overall, I did enjoy a lot of the stuff that eScarp gave. Even if I didn't feel very strongly about like how it felt in terms of Stardew polish and clarity. There is now an expansive eScarp mod that combines all the NPC mods and makes it more cohesive. Wait, Emerald, when did that come out? Did I just miss that? Minus Sword and Sorcery. Well, I actually just joined the Sword and Sorcery and eScarp Discord and everything. Like literally the other day because I was looking up information about that. Speaking of clarity, yes. I had to like join the Discord to figure out some of the information. Although that was for Sword and Sorcery specifically. So we'll talk about that when we get there. But for eScarp, I did have to like search the wiki, and not everything's on the wiki, and not everything on the wiki is super clear, unfortunately. Hey Marcos, welcome back. A few months ago. Yeah, so I just missed it. Dang. Yeah, Sword and Sorcery is going to be getting a huge overhaul mod soon as well, which I did miss out on. But we'll talk about that when we get to Sword and Sorcery. So eScarp overall, I honestly, if you're looking for like a super modded experience where like everything is in the game, I'd probably recommend eScarp. I think it does add enough interesting stuff that if you're looking for like a modded experience that has everything, you'd probably add that. But if you're looking for a very Stardew experience, I might not add it. You'd have to think about it. All right, Event Lookup, a mod that I literally added like last stream, and I wish I had it from the beginning. Basically, all it does is it allows you to look up the events that are happening on that day, or you can also look up how to trigger an event. I never actually did the second one because I couldn't exactly figure out how to do it, but the fact it has that, this is an S tier mod, Content S. It's incredibly good. In terms of how it fits into Stardew, I think I have to give it a B. I feel like lookup mods, unfortunately, like the way that it looked, I press a hotkey and it brings up like a scroll that tells me the mods that are, or the events that are available today and at what time. I feel like you could have integrated that better into Stardew, right? I feel like it's not integrated. It might not be intentionally integrated, but it probably could have done better. In terms of polish, I didn't encounter any bugs with it.
Oh, it's a person.
Actually, I feel like I did a little bit. I'm gonna give it an A because I seem to recall like a few times where it didn't correctly display all the available cutscenes. Like it didn't display Claire's cutscene the other day. So I don't know if it works perfectly. I didn't use it all that much, so I can't say for sure. So I'm gonna give it an A for now. Hey Money B, welcome in. Yeah, we're going through right now and we're ranking all the mods. I actually just finished my modded min-max challenge earlier today. So we're now going through and ranking all of the mods in terms of how much I enjoyed them. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have this on the screen, do we? Scroll back over. In terms of clarity, what were we looking at again? Event lookup. I think it made sense how it worked, but I couldn't actually figure out how to do like the lookup certain events. You have to have like the actual number for the event, which is very strange. I'm gonna give it an A though. I think this deserves to be an S tier mod because it does exactly what it says on the tin, and it works perfectly fine for that. Experience bars. In terms of content, well, I guess I should explain it, but I feel like everyone's seen this mod before. It's very common in a Vanilla Plus. It shows pop-up for XP collected and adds XP bars. In terms of my playthrough, I'm going to go ahead and give it an A. It did the thing it was supposed to do, but didn't quite do the thing I needed it to do. I have another mod called Vanilla Professions Plus, so I'm going to give it a... Let's go through here, and we'll talk about that when we get to polish. But for content, Vanilla Professions Plus allows your level to go up to level 20, but the XP bars stop working after 10. So it stopped like showing gained XP, and that was a little unfortunate. I know I can't expect it to work with every mod, but in terms of my playthrough, that just felt a little bit unfortunate. In terms of Stardewness, I really like the XP that pops up over your head. That feels very Stardew. I like the little XP bar in the bottom left corner. That's like showing it rise up slowly. I really like that. In terms of the giant bars on the side, I know that was like optional, obviously. I feel like that was not exactly Stardewy, but I feel like I used that the most, but I'm giving it an A for that. It's pretty close. In terms of polish, I'm going to give it a B. I would have really liked to see it work better with like over XP amounts, or have some config for it at least. I looked for it for a while to like show your XP over a certain amount. It didn't have that. So I would have liked to just see a few more config options and maybe just a nice little touches here and there. Maybe a different visual for the XP bars. You could move them around and such, but the big bars just didn't look very good. Maybe an option to choose which bars are visible and which ones aren't. Because with the sword and sorcery skills and all my other extra skills, it was reaching down to like half the size of the screen, which you could resize, but you couldn't get rid of the individual bars. In terms of clarity, I mean, I had no reason. I didn't know of anything that like made it harder to look for. I'm going to give it an A though. There was nothing really I needed to look up all that much, but it wasn't super clear on how to do everything in the mod. So I'm just going to give it an A on that. Fast animations, what it says on the tin. So fast animations is a mod that essentially speeds up animations, and it has a lot of config options, so you can choose exactly which animations you want sped up, which ones you want untouched, which is like super nice. And I loved this. Content, I'm gonna give it an S. It does exactly what it says it's gonna do, and it lets you choose exactly what you want to do, which is exactly what I'm looking for with a mod like that. In terms of Stardewness, I have to admit it looks very silly sometimes, so I'm gonna give it a B. I don't know which mod stopped the time, Marcos. Something blocked my N key, but I don't know which one it was. I ended up just changing the key, N key, to something else. In terms of polish, I mean, what can I expect them to do? All it did was speed up the animations. I think this is a Pathos mod. You can tell it is because Pathos is awesome. But I honestly can't expect Pathos to have done anything different than they did here. There was no bugs. I didn't run into any issues with it, so I'm going to give it an S there. All right, in terms of clarity, it was pretty easy to figure out how to do it. Pretty easy to set up. S as well. S tier mod. I really liked that you can choose exactly what animations you wanted sped up. So it made fishing a lot more fun, especially with all the more fish that I had. It was so much nicer to be able to pick out specifically, or be able to fish a lot more quickly. It was awesome to make the menu move faster, dialogue move faster when I was reading it. Being able to buy... I'm trying to figure out what other animations I sped up. Those are the big ones. The eating animation was just so fun sped up. It made some cutscenes a little bit ridiculous, but it was really funny. So I guess that made it okay. All right, Frontier Farm. I don't know why this is on here, to be honest. We're gonna delete this. I didn't end up using this one. I used the Immersive Farm too. I downloaded Frontier Farm because I downloaded both of them because I didn't know which one to choose at first, but I ended up using Immersive Farm too. So I can't really comment on that one. Whoops. There you go. All right, Help Wanted. So I did this one because I thought it would be fun to be able to do multiple Help Wanted quests at the same time. I have to say, in terms of the content that it added, I feel like I got a lot of use out of the early game and then just didn't touch it again. Unfortunately, I think it's not really prepared for the amount of mods that I had. So in terms of content, I'm going to have to give this one a C for content. Okay. The main issues that cropped up with this one was it was just asking for the most absurd things that I wasn't going to have access to for a very, very, very long time. And I went into the configs and I changed some things and it made things a little better, but it didn't like solve all the problems. Especially the archaeology mod, it was like asking for like hardwood displayed this, because there's so many hardwood displayed items. They would like every single day there'd be something asking for hardwood displayed this, something I'm not going to have access to for like years. Now there is an option to go through and remove items from the list like one by one, but I would have had to do every single hardwood displayed and displayed thing. It would have just been really annoying. And I don't think this is the mod maker's fault because they're trying to make it work with all of their mods without having to make a lot of changes. But it was, in my case, very annoying. In terms of Stardewness, I really don't like how the sticky notes look. It kind of like took me out of it a little bit. I'm going to give it a B overall in terms of Stardewness. It felt like the sticky notes didn't feel right in terms of being on the board. Something about it felt off. Like it was almost trying to match up with the world more, but it just kind of fell flat on that. Also, if you had more quests than could fit on the board, you would have to take some and then go back in to get more. Just felt kind of weird. Same with polish for the same reasons, gonna get a B. In terms of clarity, I'm gonna give it an A. There's really nothing I would have changed about like how to do things. It explained it pretty well. All the options were very clear on what they did. Gives it a B overall. I liked it. Like I would use it probably again if I was doing a modded playthrough, but I'd probably have to do a lot of different configs to make sure of that. All right, horse overhaul, excuse me. Okay, so there's a lot of mods. I think there's like the horse weight loss program does a similar thing to this, but that one only makes it so you can use your horse in a small area. This one gives a few other things as well. It adds the ability to feed the horse, to pet the horse. It increases the speed when you pet it, like over time, as you make more friendship with it. And it also adds saddlebags. Now, in terms of content overall, I'm going to give this an A. I really liked what it added to the game. The only thing I kind of didn't love about it was like the saddlebags weren't obvious. They kind of just were there from the beginning. It turned out there was a config to like make it so you have to buy them from Robin, which would make sense, but that wasn't on by default, so I didn't even think to check for it. I kind of just assumed that would be the case. How you access the thing is also a little bit weird. It doesn't make any sound at all. You just go up to your horse and click on it. I think like a sound or like a small animation would have gone pretty far there to make it clear what you're doing. I did like having the saddlebag though. It was really nice. In terms of Stardewness, honestly, I feel like it fits with the game pretty well. I'm going to give it an A. In terms of polish, I'm going to give it a B for kind of the reasons I mentioned. Some of the things weren't super clear on how they worked. I'm sorry. Some of the things could have been done a little bit better in terms of like animations and sounds. And it's not like immediately obvious that those things are working the way that they are supposed to. And then in terms of clarity, in terms of looking stuff up, I never had any issues with that, so I'm going to give that an A for an A overall. All right, Immersive Farm Remastered. This is the farm I ended up using. It was huge, and there was so much there. I can't really compare it to other modded farms because I didn't use any of the other ones, but I know that Expanded also has Frontier Farm and Grandpa's Farm, both of which fit into, so like all three of these farms, Immersive, Grandpa's Farm, and Frontier are kind of like the Stardew Expanded farms. And this is the one I ended up choosing, and I quite liked it. It was really pretty. I'm going to give it an A overall, just because it was so massive. It really didn't need to be as big as it was. I did end up using quite a lot of the space, though. But I almost never went back to the quarry again, because it was kind of out of the way. And the forging area was kind of out of the way. I really liked how it looked, though. It was very pretty. In terms of Stardewness, honestly, I'm going to give it an A. I feel like it fit into the game pretty well. Like, this felt like an area in Stardew. Like, nothing about it stood out to me. The size of it was kind of wild. And some of the areas that were hidden away were also kind of wild. But honestly, it fit into the game pretty well. As you're going to see, that's going to be a pretty big theme with expanded stuff. In terms of polish, I'm also going to give it an S. I'm going to give it an S this time. I ran into no issues at all with it. Everything felt perfectly fine. It looked like it fit into Stardew perfectly. Perfect. In terms of clarity, I did have to look up a few things, but everything was there, so I'm going to give it an S as well, which even with the A in content gives it an S overall. All right, how many more do we have, by the way? Oh, we're in like the final 10. 15? About 15 left. All right, look up anything. Anyone who's ever played a modded Stardew playthrough, please tell me that you had this mod. Grace, did you have this mod when you played Stardew? Grace, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. How are you doing today? Hi, Grace. Hi, Mel. How are my favorite gay girls doing? If y'all don't know Grace, Grace is a wonderful streamer here on Twitch. If you don't know Mel, Mel is a wonderful streamer on Twitch as well. G Money, welcome in. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm killing my water right now. I have been talking nonstop for the past like hour and a half going through this ranking on these lists here. Yeah. Look up anything is required for any playthrough. I think anyone would agree on that. So we're going to go ahead and just say content-wise, this is exactly what it says it is, and it does everything you'd ever want it to. Stardewness, honestly, it fits so well into the game. Normally, I would say like a lookup mod doesn't really fit into the idea of Stardew, but I think this does so well. Just like being able to press F1 and get kind of like a Wikipedia to pop up, giving you the information you want. Honestly, and it looks good too. Like it's formatted well. I'm gonna give it an A. Sorry, I can't give it an S on that, but it's still like very close to perfect. In terms of polish, S. I didn't run into any issue. Okay, hold on. Sometimes it's missing information, but I don't know whether to blame that on the lookup mod or on the mod that it's looking up, because sometimes it won't have things that I want. One thing I really wanted it to have was a way to see like which items I still needed for like the polyculture achievement, because you can tell when you click on an item with look up anything, you still need to ship this many for the polyculture achievement, but you don't know which other ones you're missing, so you have to go through the items one by one. I'm gonna give it an A for polish, but in terms of clarity, it is the clarity. It looks up everything for you, so it gets an S for that. So that's an S overall ranking for look up anything. Yes, the nested F1s are so nice. Yeah, I know, Emerald. I mean, yeah, I figured that, Emerald, rather. Yeah, this is like a necessary mod. All right, luck skill. Okay. So I have thoughts about the luck skill. It adds a luck skill that can be leveled up. Honestly, content-wise, I'm going to have to give this one a C. It's kind of cool that your luck gets better as time goes on, but in terms of like how it like levels up, you get experience for having good daily luck, which is like not something you can control at all. You also get experience when you do something lucky, which is something you can kind of control at least. You get experience for like playing slots, which felt a little bit weird as well, but I guess it kind of makes sense. But I think the main issue I had with this mod is the stuff it adds is just not all that interesting. It adds like a few cool items, but they're like slot machines and they're basically useless. Like all of them are like insert this thing and get this thing, but it's always way too expensive for what you get. And I'm just not sure why you'd want to do it all the time. So that's unfortunate. And then the second thing is it's way too overpowered. It like adds 10 to your luck stat at all times once you get to level 10. And like I'm breaking rocks in Skull Caverns and getting like 3 geodes out of every rock. I'm breaking rocks and like it's dropping like extra ore. I don't know. It just felt a little too overpowered. In terms of Stardewness, I guess I'll give it a B. I mean, there was going to be a luck skill in Stardew at some point, but it got removed, and maybe it was a good reason it got removed. In terms of polish, I guess I didn't really run into too many issues. Trying to remember. Oh, yes. Also for Stardewness, like the sprite art, it mostly fits, but it's still a little bit off on some of the items. All right, in terms of polish, I guess I'm going to give it an A, because I never really ran into any bugs or anything with it. In terms of clarity on how things work, I'm going to give it an A as well. I had to look a few things up, but all the information was available on the mod page. Mel, congratulations. 2 centimeters, Mel, my goodness. That bar didn't stand a chance. Hey, Trail Sloth, welcome in. Oh my gosh, you just got you got Mel started on Crochet Talk. It's over. All right. So the Moolah Money mod. Frankly, I kind of added this mod on the off chance I got a ton of money. We didn't really end up using this mod at all. So I'm actually going to remove this from the list. I just don't feel comfortable rating it because I never actually used it. But really, it's just a minor mod anyways. It just means that like your money doesn't glitch out if you go over the limit, and if you have a lot of numbers, it adds commas, so it's more clear. All right, NPC map locations. Hey, look, it's the best mod in the game. No, this one is extremely useful. I'm actually very surprised this didn't get added in 1.6 by Concerned Ape in some form or another. I think it'd be a cool book power. Honestly, a lot of these mods would be cool book powers. But in terms of content, being able to see where the NPCs are, S tier. In terms of Stardewness, honestly, I feel like it fits into the game really well, just putting their little portraits on the maps. Super cool to see. In terms of polish, I did have an issue where some of the NPCs from mods were not showing up. I'm sure that's on the mods end and not on the NPC locations end, but also like it's just noticeable when I'm trying to find someone and they're not there. And then in terms of clarity, everything I needed to do, I could just look up, and it was very clear how to do everything, so that's an S. Because you know their schedules. I think it'd be like a good book power, like a year 3 book power. Okay, we are on Polyamory Suite. Oh, I have thoughts. Are you ready for thoughts, y'all? Okay. Yeah. Polyamory was very fun. Basically allows you to marry everybody in the game. It was great because in this playthrough, probably one of the only modded playthroughs I'm going to do of the game, I basically got to see everybody's 14 heart cutscenes, which I wouldn't normally been able to do. Ready for thoughts? Yes. Which was really cool. So I managed to have 23 people in my house, including me. So 22 spouses slash roommates. We had everybody from Apples to Zinnia in the house at the same time. We also were able to buy all their portraits, which was very fun. Now, a few things to mention here. This was by far the buggiest mod I had, and it wasn't particularly close. It did crash my game a few times, but there was an update while I was playing it that fixed that crash. So that was repaired, so I won't count that against it anymore. But the other problem was my spouses were all over the place. There was a 50% chance every morning I woke up they'd be in the void. If it was raining, there was a 100% chance they'd be in the void. They were always stacked on top of each other. They would sometimes just vanish randomly. Other issues is like every wedding scene I had, if I ever replayed it by restarting the day, which sometimes happens because the game crashes, it would like make another spouse appear as the person I was marrying. And like even Lewis would be like, "Oh, you're marrying Shane." I was like, "I married Shane 3 eons ago. I'm supposed to be marrying Harvey," or something like that. There was a lot of clipping issues with stuff in the game, and I understand like this is probably not an easy thing to implement. Like I'm not holding that against it too hard, but I will say it did lower the overall enjoyment of the mod quite a bit. I'm gonna have to give the overall content of the mod a B. I like the idea of it quite a bit, but it's certainly lacking. Oh, and we didn't even talk about the new area. The lagoon area as well, with the new NPC that really does not feel like it fits in with the rest of Stardew. We'll talk about that with the Stardewness as well. I'm gonna have to give this a C probably. I'm sorry. It's just that new area does not feel like it fits in with the game at all. The new NPC doesn't even look like a Stardew NPC. Also, the new NPC, did they even have heart events? I don't remember any heart events from them. But you can friend them and get them to 10 hearts, which I had to do for perfection. But I feel like they don't do anything else. The items they sell, I will say like the sprite art for the items looked fine. A little bit off maybe in a few cases. I'd give it an A if it was just that sprite art. But it was lacking a little bit of fitting into Stardewness. In terms of polish, I also have to give it a C. This was like, I can't give it an F because it didn't break the game, but it certainly was very, very, very buggy. And I can't prove this because I have so many mods, but I think the poly mod was the reason my game was lagging so much as well. I don't know that for sure, but I'm pretty sure that might have been the case. In terms of clarity, in terms of how to do things, I guess I'll give it an S here. Like, I've got nothing against it, really. It did work perfectly fine for everything I needed to look up. Like, I explained where to get everything. So yeah, it worked perfectly fine in that regard. Overall, B. Honestly, if all those bugs were patched, And maybe the sprite art for the NPC was improved. Maybe a few things added. I could see that easily being an A mod. Yeah. I think they did, Raven. I think that was kind of the idea that you're expected to have going into that. Also, the kissing sound effect is horrible. I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean about it, but they need to change that kissing sound effect. I have before, Marcos. All right. Profession books. So these were a little weird. So profession books basically allows you to get the other professions by getting these books from the bookseller. However, the thing that was weird about it is the bookseller only ever sold 3 of them, and it was always the same 3. It was always farming, fishing, and mining. I think. No, it was farming, fishing, and foraging, I think. But it was always those 3. So what I mean by profession, meaning like if you get like artisan, you can read one of these books and you get another random profession. You might also get agriculturalist. So this allows you to stack multiple professions at the same time. But it was weird that you could, like, I couldn't get the ones for combat or mining. I don't know where they were or like why they weren't showing up at all, which was just kind of weird. So I think for content, I have to give this one a B, because I did like the idea of the profession books, but I felt like, yeah, they just didn't quite work perfectly. Like something was going wrong with it, I think. I especially liked it with Vanilla Plus Professions because it adds a bunch of professions, because it ups you to level 20, which gives you like 30 more options per skill as a result of that, which was kind of fun to see all those extra ones. But like I just didn't get to see a lot of them because I didn't get the mining books and stuff. They were also expensive, but that's fair. They should have been expensive. They could show up at the traveling cart every once in a while as well, but it was pretty rare. I got a few of them from there though. In terms of Stardew'ness, I'm also going to give it a B. I like the idea of profession books overall, and I think they could fit pretty well into Stardew. I think they'd probably have to be done in a different way than this, though. Maybe like you have to do a quest for the bookseller. And additionally, the sprite art for the books, it just doesn't really match with the other books in the game. Just they feel a little out of place. In terms of polish, I'm going to give it an A. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. Like the only thing I would take against it for polish was just maybe that the books themselves. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. See, I forgot bugs. I couldn't get a lot of the books, and I don't know why. It would only ever give me 3 books at the bookseller, and it was always the same 3. So yeah, I couldn't get the mining or combat books. I think maybe the mining one showed up once in the traveling cart. Clarity on how to use it, I'm gonna give it a B as well. It just, I like went there one time to look it up, like why this was happening, and there was no information on it, and I didn't feel like asking a forum question to fix it. So a B overall, which is fine. It was fine. All right, Stardew Valley Aquarium. I really like this. It was very cute. I was not expecting it to have like cutscenes and stuff, and it was kind of cool to see them. The NPC was, I don't know, he didn't seem all that interesting, but it was kind of fun. I think overall content, I am going to give this one an A. I think it was fine. It was kind of cool to see. I think Stardewness, I'm going to have to give it a B. The sprite art, especially on the Stardew Valley beach, was kind of weird. I'm sorry, the aquarium beach was kind of odd. Like a lot of that stuff didn't feel like it fit together. A lot of the NPCs were just stolen from other places, and I understand why, but like you don't need to populate the beach fully. A few of the sprite art items that it did add felt a little bit out of place, although I did like the puffer chick. I thought that was really cute, and that one felt like it fit. In terms of polish, I'm gonna go ahead and give this a B. Yeah, a B. I didn't run into that many bugs, but some of the ones I did were kind of annoying. I feel like they could have done a better job in terms of figuring out how to... I mean, it's very well integrated with the other mods. You know what? I'm actually going to give this an A. I'm going to subtract that point for clarity. Yeah, I think the polish was pretty well, because it actually does a really good job of integrating with other mods. Like, it worked with and detected, expanded, more fish, the Witch's Swamp fish, like, all of these fish that got added to the game. More new fish was the other one. And, like, it actually kept a good track of it. For clarity, I'm going to give it a B. I think the big issue with the clarity was that there wasn't a way to tell what the fish were that it needed in the encyclopedia. It does give you an encyclopedia, which is nice, but F1 doesn't work. Like the look up anything mod doesn't work on those, so I couldn't tell what some of them were. And even though some of the fish that I had caught before, they didn't show up as shaded like it was supposed to. So like in the encyclopedia, once you caught a fish, it was supposed to be like, oh, this is the fish you caught, so then you can donate it here. But for some of those, it just didn't work for whatever reason. So I'll give it a B for clarity. It was nice that it had the encyclopedia and everything, though. All right, Stardew Valley Expanded. Okay. This mod, they did such a good job. Like, I could immediately tell when a cutscene or an area or something was added by Stardew Valley Expanded. And the reason I could tell is because it felt exactly like vanilla, but I knew it wasn't vanilla because I'd played vanilla before and I didn't see it. It's like immediately I could tell. So in terms of content, I'm gonna give this an S. The NPCs that were added were really amazing. I remember all of them pretty well, except for Martin. Sorry, Martin. Martin just unfortunately kind of disappears once you get him to 10 hearts. He doesn't really show up in a lot of other cutscenes. But everyone else, S tier NPCs, they were very interesting. It was cool to see a lot of their 10 and 14 heart cutscenes. I will say Victor was kind of weird. I don't know. Like, I feel like his cutscenes didn't get into a lot of depth for him. But everyone else felt very interesting. I quite liked them. Like, Victor's 14 heart was like, I'm going to build a bridge, and then we're going to have a drink together on it. I feel like I didn't get to learn that much about him, you know? One of the Stardew Valley creators worked on parts of 1.6. I can see why CA hired him. All right, Stardewiness, it feels exactly like vanilla. That's an S for sure. Polish, I never ran into a single bug or issue. Clarity, it has a very comprehensive wiki. It's kind of mean, I feel like, to hold the lack of wikis accountable for the other things here. But, like, from my perspective, I have to find out information about this mod to play it, right? And it is unfortunate that, you know, that information isn't there for a lot of things. Yeah, Harvey was at dinner at home. I'm not trying to, like... I guess because I'm comparing to other expanded NPCs that I'm surprised Victor's was so light. So, yeah, maybe that was the problem. Victor's was fine. Alright, Sword and Sorcery. Despite Expanded being here, this might have actually been the biggest mod in the game. It was pretty close. This adds so much to the game. Arguably a little too much, maybe? I really liked it. I will be upfront with that. I thought it was amazing. I thought the storylines were really cool. The NPCs were absolutely incredible. I did have some nitpicks, though, and we're going to go through those. I think overall, for the content that this adds to the game, I have to give it an A. I want to give it an S, but I have to give it an A. I think some of the things that it does are just a little bit out of left field and a little bit not cohesive with the rest of the mod. And we'll kind of get to that as we're talking about the rest of this. I'm going to go ahead and give all my rankings first, and then we'll kind of just generally discuss it. In terms of Stardewiness, I'm going to give it a B. I think a lot of things really stuck out as like not being like Stardew. It's especially aggressive on the swearing. Escarp was a little bit of swearing. This just feels like a lot. And I know it's covering some pretty intense topics already, but like the swearing just kind of always takes me out of it. I understand you want to cover intense topics in your mod, and that already kind of feels out of Stardew, but I won't hold it against that. But yeah, the swearing and just kind of general feel of some of the characters just didn't feel very Stardew. I still really, really enjoyed them, though. In terms of polish, I'm going to go ahead and give it an A. I was very amazed that this mod didn't break more things. It's actually very well put together. Like, a lot of the art and everything, and comes together very well. I am, like, very impressed by everything in it. And it not being a buggy, absolute buggy mess is just incredible with how much is in this mod. And how many different systems get added. Like, I'm more impressed by this than Expanded in terms of things added. Because some of the stuff that this mod adds are, like, way outside the realm of Stardew, what's already in Stardew. and it's just kind of there. And you're like, oh, okay, we're doing this now. And it somehow managed to do that without the game completely exploding. It deserves an A for polish, in my opinion. In terms of clarity, I have to give it an A, unfortunately. I want to give it an S because the book that it gives you with the mod is so comprehensive and goes into a lot of detail, but there's just so much that even the book doesn't cover everything. So like I spent the other day actually having to join the Discord and look up information on the Discord to figure out how to get something, because the book like kind of explained it, but it didn't. It like was missing like 1 or 2 words that would have helped me finish and get it. But so I had to look up that basically. But yeah, so I just had to look a little bit outside the game for it, and I had to go to a Discord for it. But I won't hold it that much against it because most of it was perfect. The fact it provides a book and like explains exactly what you need to do to progress it is really good. All right, so let's kind of talk about Sword and Sorcery as a whole, because I do have some critiques and some nitpicks. So main overall critique is just like how segmented it is. Like I understand why the story is written in the way that's written, where all these NPCs have to be met in order and all their heart events have to be done in order. But it feels like kind of weird that you meet Mateo and then you spend like half a year with Mateo doing cutscenes and things, and then you meet Hector and you spend, or Biro, and you spend half a year with Biro, and then the same thing again with each other NPC that you meet going forward. They do start intertwining later on, but it's weird that like there isn't a little bit of intertwining from the beginning. Like you do meet Rosalind and Dandelion a little bit earlier on for like one cutscene, but I wouldn't have minded a little bit more. The other thing is there's just so many cutscenes, and I do like the majority of them, but I feel like it could be just cut down a little bit. It's just like, I think each NPC, there's like 4 main stories that you go through. There's like Mateo, then Hector, then Cirrus, and then Rosalind and Dandelion, which is also basically the finale as well. And each one of those has like 12 to 15 cutscenes that you need to get through, which is more than any other NPC in the entire game. Which I get, because you're telling like a pretty in-depth story going through it, but it's just like maybe a few of those could have been combined or cut. One thing that I did like about this is the cutscenes didn't like overstay their welcome. I didn't talk about that a whole lot, but a lot of the other mods, some of the cutscenes were way too long and they didn't need to be that long. Especially some of the ones from eScarp, and especially the ones from Adventure Guild Expanded. Just like way too long for like no real gain. I will say Sword and Sorcery, like it uses its time well. You never feel like you're wasting time in a Sword and Sorcery cutscene, but maybe some of them could have been cut down a little bit for time. I feel like I probably spent close to 3 to 4 hours of my playthrough in Sword and Sorcery cutscenes, which is pretty impressive, I feel like. Which, I mean, like, I did enjoy them, but maybe just a little bit cut down. Oh, interesting, Snow Tiger. I heard about Final Mix. Yeah, I'm saying all this about Sword and Sorcery right now. There's a beta right now out for something that might be changing everything about these things I'm saying. I'm actually looking forward to how they're changing things. I might use the mod again at a later point because of that. Oh, really, Snow Tiger? Okay, so like they're segmenting. The segmenting is going to be gone completely. So then the other nitpick or critique I have mainly is the skills. It feels very odd to me that you get all of the skills. And it's cool that you have access to all of them. But I feel like you should choose one at the beginning and then just focus on that one. It just gives you too much stuff to do if you have all 5 of the skills. Like, what is it? Paladin, Bard, Sorcerer. I'm missing something here. Paladin, Bard, Sorcerer, Artificer. Oh, there's only 4. Okay. But yeah, it's weird that there's those 4 skills. And like, that's it. I'm sorry. Not that's it. I'm saying it backwards. It's too much. You're given like all these abilities and I never want to use them because it's like I've got too many things to choose from. I feel like if it forced you to take one at the choose a class at the beginning and level that up while you're doing Sword and Sorcery, and then like you use that class and then that's your class. Maybe you can change your class if you want to, but you got to re-level it up or something. But it feels very odd to me that it's just like You get all of these abilities. There's just too many. I guess that's my only critique for it. I don't know if I would do it, how I would do it exactly differently, but yeah, it just feels a little bit weird. Little nitpicks. I liked the idea of the final boss a lot. It felt very odd to me that it kind of came out of left field. I don't want to spoil anything on exactly what you do. And also it didn't feel as fun. I really wanted to like it because I could tell a lot of love was put into it for the final boss fight. But it just felt kind of... It was like a very big departure from everything else I was doing that far. Maybe if there was like an earlier instance of you doing the same thing, so you could build on it. It also felt like a lot of the things that I've bothered upgrading and getting ready for it didn't really end up mattering because of that. There's a normal Stardew vanilla or a Stardew-esque fight afterwards, but having that extra bit there, it was fine. I liked it, but it just felt kind of out of place. I feel like bad saying that because like obviously a lot of love was put into it and everything. All right, we're gonna move on. I could say a lot about Sword and Sorcery. I think it's worth experiencing. Maybe wait just a little bit for the remix to come out though. Sounds like it's pretty soon to come out. All right, time speed. All right, allows you to modify how quickly time passes in game. So basically, I used this mod and just set it at the beginning and then forgot about it, which is exactly probably how it should be used. So basically, it allows you to change how fast time is moving. I basically increased the length of the day to 1.5 times as much, just because I knew I would have this many mods and I wanted to have more time in the day. This was basically necessary with more fish because fishing takes so long otherwise. But I really liked it. I mean, it does exactly what it says on the tin. It doesn't feel very Stardew-y, but that's not really its fault. I had no issues with it at all in terms of bugs. And in terms of how to use it, I think I did have to look something up, so I'll give it an A. S overall, though. To do. I did not use this mod once. I prefer using like paper. Oh, that was the wrong one. I prefer using paper notes. So I'm actually gonna just delete this because I feel I'm not gonna rank it on terms of something I didn't really use. I think I used it one time and then forgot that I'd written stuff on it and then just never used it again. UI Inflow Suite 2. Extremely useful. I loved hovering things and seeing how long they were taking to grow. Content was amazing. Honestly, it feels very Stardew-y. Like just hovering something and like having it say, oh, this will be done in this long. I don't know. Felt very Stardew-y to me. I didn't experience any bugs or anything that took me out of the game. It was extremely clear how to use it. S tier mod. All right, Vanilla Plus Professions. This is really the last really big mod to talk about. Basically, the things it does is it adds more professions, it allows you to level up to 20, and it also adds like a perk skill tree. And all of those things individually are very large. So it adds a lot of stuff to the game. Arguably a little bit too much, and it's also not complete. There's still stuff being added to it, which means certain things have more content than others. The mining one is like almost completely done, but like none of the other ones have been like fully touched yet. Which means like there's a lot more mining stuff after level 10 than there is like everything else. So that's kind of noticeable, unfortunately. So I think overall I'm going to have to give this... I really did like it, but I'm going to have to give it a... Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. I have to give it a B. I really did like it. I love the idea of it so much, but it just has a few things holding it back. One, it's not done, which I can't super hold that against it. Oh, see you later, Emerald. Like, it's kind of hard for me to hold it not being finished against it, right? But it's not done, so that kind of does lower the amount I enjoyed it overall. The other big thing was that it has a lot of perks that are, like, actively detrimental or just flat out useless. Or just like are completely, I don't know what they do. Like just straight up like, does this even do anything? Is this working? It's a little hard to tell sometimes if the game is being buggy or like if it's doing what it's supposed to, but I don't fully understand what it's supposed to be doing. Like it's hard to tell if some of the perks are working. It's really cool to have the perk tree and to like have all those perks, but like it's not super clear sometimes what they're doing and if they're doing anything at all, which might be a bug, you know? So I really like the idea. I love leveling up to 20. I think that's really cool. I honestly wish that was kind of in vanilla. In terms of Stardew-ness, the stuff that's added by this is actually really kind of cool. I really liked a lot of the professions. I think they really fit into vanilla pretty well. Some of the level 20 professions are kind of useless, unfortunately. And some of the lower professions are also useless, but I'm more offended by the level 20 ones, because that's like the peak of what you get. And like most of them just don't do all that much, unfortunately. And they also feel kind of weird. Some of them do, not all of them. In terms of Stardew-ness, though, I'm pretty impressed by how like the buildings, like it adds new buildings for the mining and the new machines for the mining, and how well they kind of fit into the game. So I'm going to give this an A overall for Stardew-ness. It actually does fit pretty well into the game. I feel like the perks should be in their own tab and not have to be clicked on kind of weirdly, but once you get into the perk tree, it does feel like it fits in the game. I kind of like clicking on it and like how you're able to like see the tree evolve and like go through that. I quite like that. I also like how you get the talent points by leveling up, and then also you get talent points for completing achievements. I will say there was a major bug that has since been patched and fixed, where after you finish your monster slayer goal, every monster you killed would give you a talent point for a while. So I have like 1,000 talent points banked because of that, which is just really funny. But that was fixed, so I can't hold that against it anymore. So polish overall, I'm gonna have to give it a C. Like I said, there's kind of like a Schrodinger's bug situation going on. Sometimes I don't know if the perks are working the way they're supposed to, or if they're not working at all. A lot of the perks just broke completely for me. There's one perk or I think this is a profession, that allows you to turn like gems into dust, and then that dust is supposed to work as fertilizer. That just straight up did not work. What I ended up doing was cheating my fertilizer in after I turned it into the fertilizer, because it was supposed to be able to turn star shards into hyperspeed grow, and when I tried that, they just didn't do anything. It might have been patched by now, but I'm not sure. And there was just a lot of other bugs, like error items were appearing in the forest. Again, I didn't know if half the professions were working some of the time. Some of the professions and perks need to be rebalanced a bit. Like they're not really making sense against each other. Some of them are actively harmful, like the one that resets your forage every day. Like there's nothing useful about that. You can turn the perks off, which is great. I'm glad that that's there. But like, why is there a perk that doesn't do anything or is actively harmful to you even there then? But the clarity on how things work, I will say that the person who made the mod made this really big in-depth document with everything there that explains everything and how it works, which is incredible. I will say though that it's still not clear to me what some of the perks do, even with that document. So I'm going to give it an A for clarity, because that document is super helpful, and I'm glad that it's there. But I won't give it an S, because it's still not 100% clear to me what some of the things do. It could stand to have some percentages. Like it'll say something like, I don't think any of the perks actually do this, but it'll say something like increases the production of milk, and it's like, well, by how much? Like I don't know how good this is doing. Like it could stand to have a little clarity on that. But that document being there is like a full wiki in itself, so because of that, it's going to get an A, which actually gives it an A overall, which I was not expecting. I would have expected this to get a B overall. So proud of you, Vanilla Professions Plus. With a bit of rebalancing and a bit of polish and finishing the mod, I think this could be an S tier mod. I really think it looks really nice. I love the idea of it so much. It made me want to make my own, but then I'm just like, that is a lot of work. This mod also, I want to mention things, does things that I did not think were possible when modding Stardew. Like, I can't explain exactly what I mean by that, I guess, but like, I would not have expected you to be able to make the things that this mod adds in some cases. So whoever made this mod, I can't remember their name exactly. It might actually be on here if I hover. They're very good at programming at the very least and making the mod for sure. So I'm looking forward to that if it gets updated a little bit more. Visible fish. I really like visible fish. I've heard a lot of people say they don't like it. I love being able to look at the water and see what fish are available. I think that's just like super helpful in terms of, especially when you have like more new fish and like 5 other fish mods. Being able to see what's there is super nice. Also, like look up anything also does that when you F1 the water that you're looking at. But one of the things that look up anything has problems with is that when you press F1 on a water body, especially with a lot of fishing mods, it lags really, really, really badly. So being able to just visually see the fish there, it also just looks nice. Visible fish might be the only mod that I added that's purely aesthetic. So that's a good thing going forward, I suppose. I'm going to give it an S for content. It does exactly what it sets out to do. It looks really good. It uses the actual sprites. It even improves those sprites in some cases to make them look a little cooler. Yeah, I think it's really perfect. In terms of Stardewness, honestly, S. Like, I could see this being in vanilla. It might look a little bit different or be not as obvious, but I could see that being in vanilla pretty easily. In terms of polish, I never ran into any bugs, did I? No, I did. Just like one. Sometimes it wouldn't match up with the look up anything. I wasn't sure why. I didn't know which one was right. Like it would show fish in the water that weren't there in the look up anything. So it probably isn't the mod's fault, but maybe it could stand to be a little bit there. The other thing that I would recommend to the makers of the mod is to maybe just turn off the trash in cutscenes. Because Expanded and a few other mods take you to areas that have water in them, and then just like the water is full of trash because it's not water you're meant to be able to interact with, so there's no actual fish in it. So as a result, the more fish, or the visible fish, just puts all of this trash in there because that's what you would get if you were to fish in it. So maybe if they could just remove it in the cutscenes, that'd be the only thing I would add. As for clarity, I mean, I don't know what needed to be clarified, but if it did need it, it's there. Walk to the desert. Okay, this is my last, like, big mod, I guess. So for Walk to the Desert, it's a mod that lets you walk to the desert. It also allows you to walk to Zuzu City if you have that mod installed. And along the Walk to the Desert, there's also a few interesting things. I'm going to give this mod, overall, content-wise, a B. And I'm going to give its Stardewness a C. And I'm going to talk about why right now. I like the idea of being able to walk to the desert. I will say that this adds probably a little too much. I love the gay tree. Don't get me wrong. I'm not fighting the gay tree. I like the forging area, but it probably gives way too many things. There's a little forging area right after you get in. You do need a big axe to get in there, but once you get in there, it like gives you seasonal forge daily. And it gives you like 20 seasonal forge daily. Maybe it's closer to 10, but probably just gives a little too much. And also the gay tree drops some pretty strong items, I think. I think I found a banana there once, which that should not be there. Bananas are locked behind Ginger Island for a reason. They kind of like allow for some things you're not supposed to have access to yet. Vanilla plus Profession also kind of had that problem, but it's fine. All right. Which I didn't talk about it because I was talking about so many other little things with it. But following that, the area itself kind of lacks a lot of detail, which I understand. You're adding pretty large areas to the map, and it's kind of hard for you to like put in a lot of detail to it, but it's very noticeable that it's lacking detail. Like there's trees, and then there's the quarry areas, which are also pretty strong early on. In fact, I know there's monsters there kind of blocking your path, but I don't think there's anything stopping you from immediately day one walking in there and like pickaxing like iron and getting iron on day one. Because like iron and copper and stuff can spawn there. I could be wrong about that. Maybe only things spawn based on the depth in the mines. Like I don't think there's anything inherently broken about being able to walk to the desert on day one. I mean, you're able to get some stuff there, but it's like not all that useful. But being able to get like iron and gold on day one might be more of a problem. So I think those are my main issues with it. It also added like kind of a ghost town that seems somewhat unfinished. It seems like you can go in there and like buy some seeds that are required for perfection. I had to do that. And you find some like old coins and stuff that you can use to buy them. but that's kind of about all you can do. It seems like there's plans for more, but I don't know when that's coming out or if it ever is. And as polish overall, I'm going to go ahead and give it a B. I think it's lacking some finishing touches. Like, first of all, it's not done, but second of all, like, even just like cleaning up some of the area, making it look a little nicer, maybe making it a little harder to get through there to avoid early game cheesing your way through it. That's true, QWERTY. You would need money or skull key to make use of much of the desert. Yeah, exactly. So being able to get to the desert isn't all that strong. Yeah, that's just kind of what I was trying to say. Which I think why it's fine to have a mod like this. It doesn't like break the game to be able to get to the desert, but some of the stuff that is in this mod does break the game unintentionally. Also, like, this is probably not the intended use of this, but at night in the desert section, right before you get to the desert, the game spawns like thousands of ghosts or something ridiculous like that. It's like 100 ghosts or something. There's so many. But it's an amazing way to farm for Omni Geodes if you're trying to get Omni Geodes, because the carbon ghosts drop Omni Geodes. So that's kind of an unintentional thing you can do as well. Just like a few things probably weren't thought through as much as they probably should have been. Clarity on how things work, I'm also going to give it a B. It was just kind of hard sometimes to tell. Like, for instance, to get the ghost seeds I needed, I didn't know which building to go into. I looked it up and like no one was clear on that online anywhere. Eventually I figured it out. Like how to get the ghost seeds, because there's like a very obvious like saloon building and it says new content be unlocked later when you click on the door, but then there's like a secondary building that looks like very unassuming, and that's the one you actually have to go in to buy the seeds. I wasn't expecting that at all. All right, weather totems expanded. I added this one a little late, mostly because the bug mod has some storm requirements. Like, there's one bug that it has to be storming in spring, which doesn't always happen. And I was very surprised because Expanded adds 2 totems, a wind totem and like a sun totem. And I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. When do I get the storm totem? Expanded doesn't actually add a storm totem, which very surprised me. So I added this specifically for the storm totem, but it does add a few other totems as well, which all seem kind of cool. The sun totem and the wind totem are there, but those are also in Expanded, although they look a little different. But it also adds like a green rain totem and a snow totem, which I thought was kind of cool, as well as the storm totem. I never ended up using them, but it's just kind of cool to have those options. But for what it is, I mean, the content is, I mean, I think having a storm totem is good. I think the storm totem should probably be a bit more expensive. I think it should cost batteries, like 5 batteries, to make the storm totem in the first place. That way you can't have it unless you've already had a storm to begin with, and you have to consider using that versus how many batteries you're going to get. In terms of Stardewness, I'm going to give it an A. I think more totems looks good in terms of like something to add to Stardew. I think that these totems, while they don't perfectly match the style of the original game, look pretty close. I probably would have given them some more frills or something like that. The art is just a little bit off, I think, on them. So I'm going to give it an A instead of an S. In terms of polish, I ran into no issues. I think balancing needs another look, so I'm going to give it an A as well. In terms of clarity on how to do things, that's an A as well, as far as I'm concerned. So A for weather totems expanded. Certified fish moment. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Workbench helper. I didn't actually end up using this at all, did I? Basically, what that does is it allows you to connect chests to chests that then connect to the workbench. And I didn't really end up using it at all. It's just kind of a nice mod, though. Like, I had nothing against it. I just don't feel comfortable ranking it because I didn't actually use it at all. But as far as I know, it works perfectly fine. So if you're looking for something like that. Thug Mrs. Rowe. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, world maps. This is almost a necessary mod if you add a bunch of different areas to the map. It just like adds some other maps that you can look at. In terms of content, I'm going to give that an S. That's a great idea, and it's implemented really well. In terms of Stardewness, I'm going to give it an A. The maps fit pretty well. They don't look as good as the OG Stardew map, which like I can't really fault them for, because the actual Stardew map looks good, but it is very noticeable when you go from like the main Stardew map and then you go over to like the Eastgard map and the Highlands map, and it's just like, yeah, these don't quite have the quality level of the the original Valley map. In terms of polish, it was a little bit buggy, but nothing that was really bad. Like there were some areas here, I can kind of show you here, like the tabs up there that you click to. Sometimes you'd click on the tab, but you'd click too high on the tab and it would like cancel you out of the menu rather than going to that. So it wasn't like a bad bug, but that's something that could probably be fixed up. In terms of how to use this, I never had to ask how to use it. All right. It made complete sense. The UI tells you how to do it, basically. All right. And that's that. So that is all of our mods rated. So let's just quickly go through here. We have a lot of S's. I think I was a little bit too gentle with some of these. Maybe I should have made the requirement for S a little higher in terms of some of these grading things. Like, adds really fun and interesting content maybe should have been like, adds content that really improves Stardew Valley. Like, maybe I should have made these criteria a little bit higher for S tier. So I think these are skewed a little bit high, but we only ended up with 1 F, and I kind of knew going in that that was probably going to be my 1 F. We only ended up with 1 F and 0 C's as well. Woo. So 1 F, 0 C's, a few B's, a few A's, and mostly F's, mostly S's rather. So overall, I think most of these mods that I ended up with pretty good, which kind of makes sense. I kind of self-selected, right? I intentionally was looking up mods that'd be cool to add to a modded playthrough of Stardew, and I ended up with these here. So that's it, basically. I went and rated every single one of these mods, and this is what I ended up with. All right. I think that's probably going to be it for me for stream today. We finished the MMM challenge, and we rated all of our mods. So we're probably going to end it off there. I'd like to thank everybody for hanging out today. It's been lovely seeing each and every one of you. We're going to go ahead and put up our ending screen there. Certified fish moment. 1 F, 0 C's. Peace and love on planet Earth. Agreed. The Barter Bard. Hi, babe. Keep up the good work. Lots of kisses from Italy. Did I run into you in Italy? I don't remember. I don't recall talking to anyone about Twitch in Italy. It's not impossible that happened, though. Hope you're doing well, Bard. All right. Thanks, everyone, so much for hanging out today. I'm going to find somewhere lovely to send you all. If you want to give more information, Barter Bard, I will try my best to remember. I am from Sicily. Oh! Sorry, Barter Bard. You're from Sicily. I was just in Italy at the end of last month, like late July, early August. I spent 2 weeks in Italy with my family on a trip. It was so lovely. We didn't get down to Sicily, but we did go to Sorrento, which is in the same area of Italy, at least. It's funny because I thought you'd said that because I had like talked to you in Italy or something. It's like, I don't remember talking to anyone about Twitch in Italy. All right, let's go ahead and see. Ooh, there's a lot of options. Look at all of our Stardewers partying it up today. Let's see here. Ooh, Tally's doing 999. Leela's doing CC runs. Lee is doing Perfection Challenge. Is Lee doing modded? No, Super Perfection. Posh percent is what Lee Chat's doing. Pleased to meet you virtually as well. We're gonna go raid Tally, I think. Tally is working on her 999 challenge, which is what we love here. So let's go head over and see Tally. All right, thanks so much for hanging out today, everybody. Let's go ahead and just do a quick raid message here. Snacking on in. Go ahead and copy this one if you are a subscriber. Copy this second one if you are not a subscriber. And I will catch you guys all in the future. Thanks so much for hanging out today. Tschüss. Bye, the Barter Bard. Bye, Brightside. Bye, Raven. Bye, Certified Fish Moment. Goodbye, Corty. Goodbye, Emerald. Goodbye, Lil Ghost Wawa. Bye, Frayed Blood. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.